get ready, resist, and recover in the face of challenges and crises related to water. This implies a systemic approach in order to address the global challenges associated to water, managing at the same time the water and sanitation services in a sustainable way, but also inclusive and efficient, in a way that is also accessible and affordable. Also, it addresses the risks associated to water security. In order to have resilient cities, the green infrastructure and nature-based solutions represent an essential instrument in order to give an answer that is integrated and sustainable, and this should be complemented with a great traditional infrastructure. Promoting circular economy, supporting nature-based solutions, and incorporating the vision of public and private sectors are crucial in order to build greener and more sustainable cities. With automation and innovation in the water and sanitation services, throughout a decade of water dialogues, we have recognized the value of the links between the CAF and Ibero-America through the promotion of effective actions contributing to the water resilience in Latin America and the Caribbean in synergy with Spain, highlighting the cooperation achieved through the Confederation of Directorates and of Ibero-American Authorities of Water. These 10th Water Dialogues promote a dialogue space about the challenges of water resilience in the urban systems of our region. CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alejandro Macera, and on behalf of CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, I'd like to share a warm welcome to the authorities, speakers, and attendees today with us in the 10th edition of Water Dialogues. It is a pleasure to have you all here, both in person here in the emblematic Casa de America, and those who are following on streaming from different parts of the world in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese through the YouTube CAF channel. I'd like to take this opportunity to particularly thank the support of the Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, the Ministry of Economy, Commerce and Business of Spain, and Casa de America for their collaboration in the organization of this event. Getting here after a decade of shared work is a reason of excitement for all of us who've contributed to consolidating this space as a benchmark for the discussion and the collaboration between Spain, Latin America, and the Caribbean. From these beginnings, this forum has aimed to promote a fruitful exchange of ideas and experiences, creating synergies amongst all the stakeholders related to the water management. Today, we can proudly say that the water dialogues have become a meeting point that is crucial for the construction of policies and strategies that in an integrated fashion address the water situation of our different regions. In this event, we have experts of high relevance that will share with us their integral vision and diverse vision of the most crucial topics to achieve water resilience of our cities. From circular economy and nature-based solutions to innovation and automation of the water and sanitation services, we will explore how technologies and sustainable approaches and public policies can promote real solutions. Before we start with the session, I'd like to encourage you to share your ideas and reflections through our social media at Agenda CAF in X, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn using the hashtag Diálogos del Agua. I'd also like to let you know that there will be a presentation in English, and if you need interpretation devices, please get them at the back of the room and activate channel 3 in order to follow that presentation. And without further ado, I'd like to start a very important event for the future of water management in our regions. Welcome everyone to the 10th Water Dialogues. And in order to open the session, I'd like to welcome León de la Torre Kreis, Managing General of CAF and Ibero-America. Mr. de la Torre, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, dear Secretary of State of Environment, Hugo Morán, President of CAF, Sergio Díaz Granados, Ministries of Chile, Salvador, mayors, governors, authorities, distinguished guests, speakers, members of CAF, and dear friends of Casa de America. Today we're going to talk about water, and we've chosen a very good day because it's raining cats and dogs in Madrid, really, and in many other parts of Spain, but we need many days like this in Spain and in many other parts of the world. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Casa de America to celebrate the 10th edition of the Water Dialogues. This is an event that symbolizes the collective commitment that we have in search of solutions in order to face one of the key challenges of our times, water resilience in the cities. This is a challenge that has become more and more urgent in the context of the climate crisis that we're facing. As you know, Casa de America has in its foundations in 1992 the cooperation and enriching exchange and respectful exchange in all spheres, politics, culture, cooperation, and so on. And throughout these years, we've worked to promote these Ibero-American values between Spain, America, and also with the European Union through diverse, wide range of initiatives that address critical issues like the water management, as an example. We thank the CAF for their tirelessly work on promoting activities that have positive impact on the water management in Latin America and Spain. We have had a lot of joint activities in Casa de America. We've discussed and we've shared the importance of sustainable management of different resources, and that includes the water, and also its involvement in or implication in our societies. Climate crisis is undoubtedly a water crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean. We've seen how the disasters that are related to water have doubled and probably become more extreme since the decade of the 80s. This reality forces us to reflect on the urgent need to value and adequately invest on the water management, particularly in urban environments where climate change intensifies issues such as droughts, floods, and so on. And it also can be read in a multisectoral approach. Water dialogues also highlight the importance of modernizing water management and the water cycle. This involves cultural transformation towards the democratization of information, allowing that technical, commercial, and administrative areas to work together in synergies that mean the public and the private sector. Spain cooperates in different projects that are very significant in Ibero-America that aim to improve the water management and ensure access to drinking water, and also other type of waters like the Cooperation Fund for the Spanish Cooperation Agency, SEED. This supports the institutional activities, the community activities, and promotes sanitation and water management services in 18 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean for over 20 years. Also, the European Union has played a key role in promoting programs that support local capacities and local skills to manage manageable resources, like Water for All program, for example, for research, scientific research of clean water. That is part of the Horizon Europe program. This is an additional step to build a more resilient future in the face of the water challenges that we're facing. I'd like to encourage you to actively participate in these dialogues and the social media, like it's been mentioned. I'd like you to share your ideas and visions as to how we can move towards a more efficient water management, more inclusive and more sustainable. Very welcome, everybody, and I hope you enjoy this 10th session on water dialogues organized by CAF. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. de la Torre, for your kind words and for welcoming us in this so significant venue. Now I'd like to give the floor to the official opening ceremony of this 10th edition of the Water Dialogues, and I'd like to give the floor to Sergio Díaz Granados, Executive President of CAF. Mr. Díaz Granados, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone, and kind, warm greetings to the Secretary of State of Spain, Hugo Morán, the Jessica Lopez, the Minister of Chile, And thank you very much for being with us today. Also, thank you, Fernando Golpez, Ministry of Natural Resources in El Salvador. Thank you very much for being with us today. Also like to greet the governor of Uquén in Argentina, Rolando Figueroa, Rolando Boto, the mayor of Luján, Argentina, Inés Carpio, general director of international funding in the Ministry of Economy, Commerce and Business in Spain, Luc Fauchon, president of the World Water Council. Thank you, Leon, also for welcoming us once again in CAF and Ibero-American. Thank you for your kind words. And also thank you to the CAF team, the president, the manager of administrative affairs, Angel Cárdenas, the CAF team in Madrid, Ignacio Conazzoli, but also I'd like to thank Julian Suarez, that just greeted you, is our manager in Chile. Julian was here at the beginning of the water dialogues, and he has participated into it for 10 years. He's provided his support together with Angel. I'd also like to thank Julian for his presence. Thank you to the speakers who are with us today. Thank you to the diplomatic body, the representatives of international bodies. Thank you to all the members, and thank you to those who are following us online. As Executive President of CAF, I'd like to welcome you to this 10th edition of Water Dialogues. The Ibero-American space has the challenge of overcoming a triple transition, which is green, which is digital, which is energy wide, and it should focus on our people, and hence the water resilience, particularly in the cities, is the key topic of these dialogues. It is a strategic element within that equation of the transition that Latin America requires. This 10th edition, at the end of the day, will represent a decade of fruitful collaboration between CAF and the government of Spain through the different governments, economic transition, and commerce and business. In Barcelona a few days ago, I was also highlighting the importance of Spain arriving to CAF, and that was 22 years ago, and it transformed CAF into one of the key funding banks for Latin America and the Caribbean. The bank has consolidated, it has increased its operations constantly since the year 1990. And particularly in these last 22 years, the arrival of Spain has strengthened the capacity of the bank, not just operationally, but also with regards to generating knowledge and solutions for the region. So everyone, welcome all the experts from Ibero-America and the authorities who today will share their vision and experience with us. This has been a platform for the exchange of strategic topics like continuous development and access to drinking water and sanitation. We also celebrate the World Day of Fight Against the Eradication of Poverty. This is very important for Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, over 100 million Latin Americans and Caribbeans have no access to safe water, and over 110 million people living in cities don't have the sewage services. In the meantime, nearly 60% of waste urban waters are not treated. If we add these to the spillage of urban solid waste, polluting rivers and lagoons, create focus of infections for the environment and for humans. This happens in the urban world and in the rural world with the use of fertilizers. That's why there's an emergency that we want to become a region of life, and we wanted to make the most of today to share with you that yesterday we announced an operation that we've been working with the government of El Salvador and the Ministry of Public Works in El Salvador, and my colleagues of the bank will be able to explain it better, but it is about the exchange of the integrated urban water management program, and is the exchange of debt in El Salvador, who is going to allow us for future savings around 350 million. That savings is going to be dedicated to the conservation of the River Cuenca basin, which is one of the most important rivers in Latin America, which is very important for El Salvador. It provides water to the population, but also to the rural world. So that operation that we're really proud of today in CAF, we work together on it with the International Confederation of the U.S., with the government Salvador, JP Morgan, and that gives the country the possibility of having a necessary savings tank to protect the river basin, its recovery, but also the future maintenance. Those savings will allow us to recover it and have the necessary cash flow that we will need in the coming years. That is why we wanted to make the most of today. We are celebrating the 10th session of the Water Dialogue. It's the World Day of Poverty Eradication. We wanted to share with you this good news of the operation that we've been working on for many years, both the DFC, the Salvador government, and CAF, in order to guarantee this good news to the people of Salvador and, of course, to the people in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ensuring these water sources is important for the region, but also for a very complex world. The escape this year in Latin America of environmental crisis, it's a program of water crisis. This year we had the worst flood in history in Rio Grande do Sul, and we're also suffering the worst droughts in La Pampa and the Amazons. We have water scarcity in Ecuador and Colombia. Cities like Bogota have suffered shortages of water throughout all this year, also electric shortage. Last year we also have water shortages in the Canal of Panama because of the water levels reduction. And this has an important fiscal impact on the Republic of Panama. This has all happened in less than 2 years. I also mentioned a few days in Barcelona that the impact only associated to the water crisis this year is going to add up to $7 billion, whether it is related to floods or droughts. And in the case of droughts, we also see the relationship with big forest fires. We've seen the loss of millions of hectares in Bolivia, hectares of forest. We've seen that in Chile as well this year. So we are entering a very dangerous curve for Latin America, and that will have an impact on the stability of their natural resources. That's why we are facing this contradiction. We have a lot of water in the region, but it's very badly administered. So we have 30% of the clean water of the world in Latin America, but almost 20% of the region in arid or semi-arid territory. That's why it is very important to bear in mind the proposals for regenerated waters, desalination, and the use of water, different ways of using water, where Spain has a lot of experience and we will be needing more and more in the coming years. That is the knowledge that we're aiming for, and that has turned into these water dialogues. That's helping technical teams and the ministries, but also on the bank, so that they can work on different solutions outside of the box so that we can preserve our water resources. Latin America and the Caribbean have a very high urbanization level. Nearly 82% of our population live in cities, and it's estimated that by 2050 we will reach 86%. We add to these the migration currents that are very strong within the region, south-south migration, that is, which is having an impact on important corridors in Latin America because they're adding pressure on the cities in delivering social services and environmental services. That's why we need to create more resilient cities, which is part of this conversation, in the face of these extreme scarcity events. As we mentioned, we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but we also have the expertise and the decision and the commitment to work together. The performance of the bank, the commitment of their members and the partners in terms of increasing the capacity of the bank, that was reflected last year here in Santiago de Compostela with the capitalization done by Spain in the bank, and that will allow us to guarantee important resources for the region. The bank is also ready to do transactions directly with the cities without sovereign guarantee to make sure that the solutions actually reach where they're needed, where there is a great capacity of rapid response, at least in the cities. That's why we want to ratify the commitment of the bank in searching solutions that have a quick impact and effective impact on the quality of life of our citizens. We have a full commitment with inclusive development, a sustainable development, and a will that is spread all throughout the Ibero-American space. In CAF, we want to ratify our commitment with water. We are a bank that has been defined as a green bank, a blue bank, and this commitment that is written in our institutional DNA has been proven with the approval of different operations in terms of water security that only in this period of 3 years that are coming, we expect it reaches over $4 billion. And all I want to add is that I'd like to wish you fruitful dialogues that contribute to strengthening the cooperation and friendship links between Spain and Latin America and the Caribbean. And we hope we share solutions for the challenges that we're facing related to water safety. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Díaz-Granados, Executive President of CAF. And now it is an honor to welcome on the stage the Secretary of State for the Environment in Spain, Mr. Hugo Morán. Secretary of State, you have the floor.
Presidente.
Dear President of CAF, ministers, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to convey to you the greetings of the third Vice President of the government. She has quite a complex agenda these days, and that is why she is not able to be with us today as she would have wished. First of all, I'd like to thank CAF for their invitation to take part of this 10th edition of the Water Dialogues. Already 10 years, watering cooperation and irrigating cooperation in the field of water beyond our borders, joining together in Spain, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean in a process that we can already say that is considered a successful project. These dialogues have historically been a meeting point to share experiences and expertise between Latin America and the Caribbean and Spain. And in this 10th edition, we are addressing a very relevant topic, very relevant for both regions, water resilience in cities, particularly in cities in the face of the climate change challenges. There are two big demands of water in our cities. That is related to agriculture and cities. That's why we would like to welcome and thank the content of these sessions. We know that the development of urban environments where we normally, where most part of the population of the planet resides, that's been thanks to a water management that has modified and adapted the water flows in order to meet our growing water demands. These interventions have included the occupation of water spaces, the alteration of courses of the rivers, and sometimes the exploitation of water resources. However, those practices sometimes have generated serious consequences, and in many cases, those have been irreversible for the water ecosystems. And also, under the threat of climate change, these interventions can be more harmful than beneficial because they weaken the actual natural mechanisms of resilience of the rivers themselves. Thanks to the growing awareness amongst the population and the policies adopted in the last decades, we have changed our perception and values with regards to nature through the application of new regulations and principles that aim to correct and avoid the worsening of this situation. Nowadays, we are all aware of the importance of finding ways to balance the use of water resources and the conservation and preservation of water ecosystems. With the growing threat to climate change, this new perspective becomes even more relevant and forces us to radically reconsider the water management. It is no longer about preserving. It is about restoring the damaged ecosystems so that once they are recovered, the actual nature can help us to protect ourselves in the face of the effects of climate change. And it is here where the nature-based solutions become very important. These solutions, like the European Commission has been saying, must provide environmental benefits, social benefits, but also economic benefits. And it should increase the capacity of the courses of water to face extreme climate events that represent a very significant risk for our populations, And because of that, we are setting up the guarantee path for the coming eras. As an example of how we're implementing these measures, I'd like to mention 3 initiatives. The national strategy for the restoration of recovery of rivers. This is a strategy that has allowed us to execute over 30 projects in order to recover the good status of the rivers, reduce the risk of floods, and eliminate over 700 unused infrastructures that interrupt the continuity or the flow of the river. Currently, this strategy, which is currently enforced in our country, is in the second phase. The timeline reaches the year 2030, and the idea is to restore 3,000 kilometers of rivers, responding to the risks of climate change in the water ecosystems. The so-called water PERTE, through the subsidies of Biodiversity Foundation, which selected projects to recover over 70 river water sections, is to recover the riverbeds and the water in the cities, and it aims to also eliminate barriers, and also the initiative to avoid floods, which aims to mitigate the damages caused by floods. These measures include territorial and urban planning and the improvement of the drainage of linear structures and also the river structures. We hope it is immediate. We hope it reaches the Council of Ministers next Tuesday, and we hope there we will approve the real decree for the reuse of waters that was already mentioned by the President in his presentation as one of the key alternative resources to have enough resources at times of water tension that we're experiencing. These initiatives are also becoming effective in countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and we take care of each of the cases, but we have a common challenge, which is the adaptation to climate change.
Fortunately enough, we have also been making reference to the fact that we can share how lucky we are to have a very generous diversity of natural resources that can be made the most of to improve the resilience of our cities in the face of these crises. But of course, we should learn from our errors of the past and avoid repeating them. So when we get to this point, I would really like to say once again my thanks to the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, first of all for their role in the finance of green finance and sustainability, and also in their cooperation mechanisms, which are national and international. And specifically, I would like to highlight the technical cooperation that was carried out last year during the 24th event in La Habana, which ended up with an agreement which had an understanding locally, which talked about the reuse of water and the treatment of wastewater. And that was based on national experiences, and it represented a very important part of the Latin American water system. I would like to summarize in one particular phrase. We're aware that the complexity of this subject will still require lots of cooperation with a very sound scientific backing and constant effort based on citizens' information and reconciliation. We will only achieve our water resilience issue if we collaborate with nature. This is the water dialogues, which should include a new concept, which is one of 2 established dialogues with water itself. And the only way of doing this is if we do it hand in hand with science. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. And now I would like to call up Ms. Inés Carpio, who is the Director General for the International Financing at the Spanish Ministry of Economy, Trade and Business. Madam, would you like to come up and take the floor? Dear President of CAF, the Secretary of State, dear Ministers of Chile and El Salvador, the also President of the Water Council. Dear colleagues, first I would like to thank CAF the opportunity of being here today, participating in the name of the Ministry of the Economy, Trade and Business. Water is a public good which has a very clear economic impact, and it's very specific. But the most important thing is its social impact, because water, in all its dimensions and its entire cycle, is an essential part of the quality of life of people. We cannot analyze water in an independent manner. We need to take into account all the complexities involved, take into account the full cycle, as well as the geographical dimension. The Latin American and Caribbean countries are fully aware of these complexities, like we are here in Spain too. Spain is a country which has special characteristics with regard to the supply and demand for water. In our territory, we have different climates. They are so different because of the Atlantic or the Mediterranean side of the country. We have often extreme episodes like floods and droughts. And also our agriculture sector is one of the major exporters of fruit and vegetables, so they have specific needs for this industry. And as an additional challenge, we can mention that the current demand of the population, which is over 48 million people, we should also cope with the demand for over 80 million tourists that come to Spain every year. All these challenges, however, have meant that we have a historical incentive so that our companies and our technologies are developed in an outstanding manner to convert Spain into a benchmark worldwide for water management. The public companies are, and also we have different hydrographic centers, research centers involved in this. But today I would like to highlight the role of companies who have carried out tremendous development of the industry, and they have increased the capacity and technologies worldwide. Spanish companies cover the entire water cycle from planning right down to the water solutions that are applied, knowing how to respond to the geographical and climate challenges with development and business plans. These companies operate now in more than 50 countries worldwide, in all the different continents. They're world leaders in all the different phases of the water cycle, and they're very especially relevant in the desalination, reuse, operation, and digitalization. It's obviously the digitalization field for water where we believe that we currently need to highlight this more in our country, because it's a key element for an efficient management of the resources. From the public sector, we are fully aware of how important it is to support this sector, and that is the reason why for the last few years we've been carrying out a lot of special effort to transfer the experience from the public administration to the business sector here in Spain to projects that belong to the Development Bank. As an example, I would like to highlight the contributions by Spain to the main water forum, which is organized by the World Bank, the World Alliance for Water Security and Sanitation. Also, for the last few years, we have carried out contribution to specific sectorial funds like the Asian Development Bank or the African Bank. I also need to mention the work of the Cooperation Fund for Water and Sanitation, which is managed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And also there's a long history of financing of projects in the water sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. But anyway, let's go back to what we're talking about here today at this event. This forum allows us to go into great depth in the analysis, and it's more what is truly valid is putting the solutions together for everyone related to water. We would like to congratulate CAF for the success of these water dialogues. As we say, this is our 10th edition. And the opportunity we have today to identify opportunities to promote activities that are useful to support Latin America and the Caribbean in the supply and management of the water resources. And this is essential for the sustainable development and the welfare of citizens. We put special value on the financing that CAF offers for investment projects and to make the use of plurinationally of water and wastewater. We are delighted to have the opportunity to share this experience here with our friends and partners from Latin American and the Caribbean in collaboration with CAF, who are carrying out excellent work in lots of different areas, and of course in this very important sector, which is the water. Spain can perform as like a bridging role between Europe, and we can allow CAF to be closer to the European Investment Bank. And so Spain is a part of the World climate challenges. We can be a connection between them and CAF to get them involved in the financing of green projects in the region that are fighting against climate change. I would like to end by simply beginning by thanking being invited here by CAF, and I wish you a very fruitful event today, and we hope that we can progress in policies and strategies to make the most of our water resources. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Secretary of State. And now to finalize this opening ceremony, I would like to give the word to Loïc Fauchon, who's the President of the World Water Council. Mr. Fauchon, you have the floor. Come on.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Prefer I could speak French. Excellency, Minister of and Director General of the Government of Spain, Mr. President of CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granados, dear friends from Spain and Latin America, and as I'm always saying, dear friends of water. It's a privilege and it's an honor for the World Water Council to be here, to be invited by CAF, its president and director and I would like to thank you for your invitation. Part of this 10th water dialogue. Relationship between CAF and the World Water Council, it's a long history for now quite 15 years. And CAF has chaired and continues to chair our working group, our commission on water financing. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Franz Rojas in particular. His commitment and expertise is, thank you, Franz, is very useful for the water community. I'd like to also to thank the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, which has decided 1 month ago to join the World Water Council. Dear colleagues, this past spring and summer have reminded us of cruel realities, tensions, crises, conflicts, and even war. I just arrived from Cairo for the Cairo Water Week, and you understand what I am mentioning. But also climate disruptions and disasters with catastrophic consequences for best humans, but also for nature. You have mentioned it. Dear colleagues, navigating this century means traveling between war and peace, between inflation and deflation, between poverty and prosperity. And natural resources are the best example of this. Water stimulates us, but water is under attack. Water is under attack, and our responsibility is to defend it, to protect it, to conserve it, and to make better use of it. And we need to take into account some important developments, new developments for the future of water. Our first conviction has to do with climate change, but I would prefer call climate divagations. Not so long ago, a few years ago, we tended, all of us, all over the world, to think the world as divided into arid zones and humid zones. And it took us so many years in the water community to get people to admit that droughts too was a form of water-related disaster. And so, as you have seen in Latin America, but also in Africa Also I was before Cairo in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi. We have seen alternatives, new alternation between high temperatures without rain for almost quite 1 year, and storms and torrential rains that have devastated rural areas and flooded the very centers of major cities. And I would like to take the example in Latin America as São Paulo and others. And all this is exacerbated by urban anarchy, rural exodus, coastal concentrations, pollutions, and out-of-control tourism. Madam, you're right. So our conclusion is clear. Lack of water, excess of water, droughts and floods represent now and will represent in the future the same battle to secure water resources in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. And we can say droughts and floods, same fight. Our second conviction concerns the link between water and demography. I've been very interested to see that your ministry, Mr. Minister, mentioned demography. One thing is certain, huge additional volumes of water will be necessary and even indispensable to the survival of cities and humanity. Can you imagine that by the end of the century, the total number of inhabitants of our planet could be increased from 7.5 billions to 10 billions? Can you imagine the enormous additional volumes of water needed for food production, for energy, for industry? And it's a great challenge, you have mentioned it, for Latin America, mainly for water supply in cities. We often hear that Latin America, with around 660 million inhabitants, perhaps 700 now, represents less than 10% of the world populations and have 25% more, perhaps, of global water resources. So we need to understand that we have not only to secure water resources by having an additional amount of water, but we have also to fight against these giant pollutions around the main cities. Latin America faces huge challenges in terms of water supply for drinking water, as well as collection and treatment of domestic water. Another challenge in Latin America, but all over the world, concerned food production, which represents the largest consumption needs of water in the world, as irrigation is only at the start in Latin America countries, which with only, I heard, 10% of irrigated cultivated land. Without forgetting the necessary link between water and energy, given that hydroelectricity accounts for 45% to 50% of Latin America energy supply. So all these sources, all these issues are source of wealth but they are also source of tension between consumers, between populations, and between sometimes states. And the solutions, the answer to these challenges, ladies and gentlemen, are both sometimes global, sometimes local, urban and rural, at the heart of the global issue of water security, which is a major contest for the future of mankind. So, even if these figures are to be treated with precautions, they show trends and we must learn some useful lessons from them through a few messages that I would like to deliver very quickly to you. The first one concerns better controlling water demand and reducing per capita consumption, mainly in the cities. And in practical terms, this means two things. Firstly, by making the best possible use of the digital revolution that is sweeping the planet. Technological progress serves humankind, and digital technologies could be integrated at any step of the water cycle. Let us make the best of technology, but let us never forget to always put the human being in the loop. Secondly, by getting people to accept the need to use water with sobriety, just as the same for energy. And it's a long and difficult process. Evolution of behaviors require dialogue, awareness raising, and education aimed at the younger generation in particular. And we have to be clear, to be courageous about the fact that global demand for water will continue to grow significantly until the end of the century. Look, Africa. Africa is expecting to have 2 more billion people until the end of the century, or perhaps before. Where is water? Where are crops? We need to help, and it's part of the cooperation I will mention later. That's my second message. We will undoubtedly need to transfer water over greater distance. Look, the Chinese have built a network for 3,500 kilometers in 7 years. And a lot of other countries are doing quite the same, not so many longer. We will make also better use of our underground resources. We will desalinate more, and we will increase wastewater reuse by recycling. Yes, it will be the revolution of this century. All this with precautions. And the third message is that we are going to manage our essential water reserves more effectively by transforming the whole concept of dams into the concept of aquatic reserves. It's a perfect illustration of water for humans and water for nature, and a good example of nature-based solutions, obviously. But again, always with precautions. My fourth message as a personal conviction is that shared innovation is not enough if we do not implement new kinds of financial actions. I don't want to detail here, there's so many experts. But now more than ever, it's important to improve the financial system, effectiveness in mobilize more capital from various increase, and sometimes we have worked under the presidency of CAF concerning the blended finance. There's a lot of new tracks to find the solution for what we heard from poor countries. We need money, and on the bank side they say we need water, and we need to help them to meet together with precaution. So to strengthen the institutions, the management of water resources should be improved by implemented, accepted, and decentralized governance, to be as close to the ground as possible through river basins and local authorities. Look, more 100 countries in the world have a very strict centralized organization, centralized governance for water. It could not continue. So this leads me to reiterate as fifth message that we need to change our global approach to make it more horizontal. Water is growth, water is development, water is life, but we advocate a five fingers alliance in front facing nature, an integrated approach between water and sanitation, energy, health, food, and education. This will be the new direction, cross-cutting with IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management. And at this point, the following messages are political, or more political and societal. The sixth one is that we must stop thinking that the growth of cities from megacities to medium-sized cities is inevitable. Spatial planning policies need to achieve a better balance between urban and rural areas. We have to stop oppose them against each other. Who produces food? Who ensures the availability of water? Who manages the land? Farmers and rural citizens. And access to essential services must be facilitated on an equitable basis between town and country. Towns and countryside are fighting for the same rights: the right to water, the right to electricity, to access to electricity, and everything that guarantees the dignity of women, children, and men. The seventh message is obvious: water is no longer just a technical issue, but a political statement. And it's the reason why, after telling political decision makers to stop ignoring water, we continue to claim that water is politics. Water is politics was at the center of the previous World Water Forum in Bali last May, and a lot of you here were there. And I have seen that politics issues were in the center of all debates. And even the height and last message is in favor of all forms of cooperation, exchange, and dialogue. And this water dialogue events that you organize are the perfect illustration of it. This is also the raison d'être of the World Water Council and its 300 member governments and international and local organizations. Water, my friends, water does not divide. Water brings people together, notably through thematic, geographical, and political cooperation. There's no doubt that basin policies have a decisive role to play in the future. A number of you here today have contributed to the creation of a Latin America Water Council. It's an excellent initiative that our World Water Council support, and I am delighted that my friend Benedito Braga was elected its first president. We are going to increase exchanges and cooperation. And for example, I will participate with some Latin American countries next month in Morocco around Atlantic dialogues. So, dear friends, these are some of the messages that the World Water Council, through my voice, would like to deliver to you. We are at the heart of hydro diplomacy, water diplomacy, diplomacy of cities, which is essential to their resilience. This is the road to water peace and world peace. Thank you, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Fauchon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fochon, and all the authorities for your valuable presentations, which have added the context of these, the context for the importance of this event and the challenges that we're facing. With these words, we officially consider this 10th edition of Water Dialogues opened. And in order to start the next discussions, I'd like to welcome on stage Ángel Cárdenas, Manager of Urban Development, Water and Creative Economies of CAF, who will give us a perspective of water safety in the cities of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Buenos días a todos y todas, a las diferentes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, authorities. Going to be the president of Granados, Sinelli, governors, ministers, other colleagues, and authorities of the Spanish government and Spanish people. The aim of my presentation, which I'll try and be as brief as possible in order to address the panel, which is probably the richest part of this event. But my goal is to add you a little bit of background on why the importance of water resilience in the cities. But I'd like to add 30 seconds to reflect to all the water dialogues after the opening speeches. This space is space that was precisely designed to collaborate and integrate knowledge from both sides, but also to define an agenda of cooperation, not only in terms of non-reimbursable resources, but also of investment. And through listening to the presentations, only one figure comes to my mind. We've invested over $500 million in dams in the last 5 years through CAF. That has been done hand in hand with the intelligence and expertise of Spanish companies that have had the opportunity to participate. And that exchange has actually happened through a lot of the conversations that actually took place in here. The Secretary was talking about the CODIA and our support to that project. And thanks to that, we managed to reconsider what the President of the World Water Council mentioned recently, how to think about the finance and the financing programs. That's what we mentioned in the last edition. So it's therefore important to take into account and to take this 30 seconds to acknowledge and thank and appreciate on behalf of CAF the outcomes of all these investments. Now I'll get into the presentation, and I'll promise I'll be as quick as possible so that we move on to the panel as soon as possible, which is probably the most important thing of the day. So I'd like to add a little bit of background to the conversation, which are the key topics that we're going to discuss today through the event. So I'm going to tell you firstly about the current context in Latin America and the Caribbean with regards to water resilience. What is the relevance? And why are we talking about water resilience? I would like to briefly tell you about our multi-sectorial and territorial approach for water resilience. And finally, I'd like to delve a little bit more on the different products and financial services that we've been developing in the last years in order to meet the needs of the countries, but also of the private sector in terms of water safety. First of all, and as we all know, it's been mentioned multiple times today on the stage, climate crisis, we can say that it is a water crisis. Nearly 80-85% of the large natural disasters now in the day are related to water safety and water security. And that is precisely why we're talking about resilience, because water safety presents important challenges. The most important ones that we know of, the lack of water, the excess of water, or the pollution of water. But another element that is becoming, is starting to arise, is also the inefficient management of resources and the over-exploitation. A very scary figure is that half of the world population, 4 billion inhabitants, suffer water scarcity every year for 1 month. That is, half the population of the world has no water for an entire month a year. That in the 21st century is a very difficult figure to accept. Apart from that, we also say that climate change has exacerbated these risks. And now I'll focus a little bit more into Latin America. As you can see, the figures between 2003 and 2022, the losses that related to floods is of $35 billion and 27 billion related to drought. The importance of these figures that between 60 and 70% of those losses were actually happened in the last 3 years. That represents the intensity of the change of the climate patterns that is precisely exacerbating the risks that I've just mentioned related to to water safety. This, by all means, is very important, and it has a very important impact on the economies and the social stability of the different countries. Now, the relevance of water resilience, particularly at the level of territories and cities. We've already mentioned here that we are in a very urbanized world, but in the Latin American case, that is the most urbanized region in the world. 8 out of 10 countries, 8 out of 10 Latin Americans live in cities today, but by 2050, this is going to be 9 out of 10 Latin American inhabitants. This links to a situation of vulnerability and extreme poverty that is around 30% in these cities, where is precisely these social bodies that are at the highest level of poverty and the highest level of vulnerability. They're in a situation of vulnerability and exposure to the climate variability. How is this illustrated? Well, most of these countries are the ones that end up living in irregular settlements or near the rivers, where they're even more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Additionally, and this turns the whole situation more complex, is the management. And that is why to this seminar, governors and mayors have been invited to this seminar. So the local management is very important. There is a big concentration on the local governments, and these are demands that are exacerbating and they're growing exponentially. The President Díaz Granado already said it when he talked about the migration flows that are starting to experience in the cities. And there are two reasons for this. These are traditional, economical or political reasons that we already know. But more and more, those migration flows go through or are related to the consequences of climate change. So the needs are exacerbated because of the needs of these people. And once again, the water safety and water management is at the core of the management of mayors and governors of these cities. Once again, these risks must be addressed locally. And hence this idea of connecting water resilience with the territories or the cities themselves. And in order to do that, we must aim to creating resilient cities. And all this is those that have an inclusive and efficient management of the water and sanitation, but also connected very clearly with the different risks that are incorporated by water safety. As we mentioned, lack of water, excessive water, overexploitation, overpollution, and any of the other elements associated to natural disasters. Unfortunately, in the region, in Latin America, we've seen examples of these type of situations, like in Montevideo very recently, where due to water stress, the water provision system was in trouble for a few months. We also seen the floods that they've suffered in the Rio Grande state in Brazil, and we're already seeing it in Ecuador also. As a result of drought, they are suffering a critical situation with regards to the energy supply. Once again, we need to address these tensions related to water. We always say that the water is at the core of development. These three examples represent that. Without water, we have no energy. Without water, we haven't got agriculture. Without water, we clearly have no well-being. So what are we doing in CAF? Well, very quickly, we understand that this must be an integral approach, a territorial and multisectoral approach. We start from the river basin, the geographic continuity of the river. We cannot see it partially. We must understand this river basin very holistically. What happens at the top of the river basin affects the urban level down at the bottom, down the river. And so we don't have to work at the cities with water solutions if we don't work at we don't work upstream. We have to work upstream and downstream. This is even more important when we talk about resilience, because we don't only have to provide the infrastructure service. Today we have to think about how the climate variability and the impact can somehow have an effect on these infrastructures and these services that we are currently building. Luis Fachon was saying that we have to focus more and more on a decentralized approach. We have to work locally with local governments in order to be able to deliver these services and these infrastructures. Some very quick examples of what we're working on. Here we have the mayor of Luján, and he's probably going to talk about this during his presentation. This was a river basin management in the province of Luján for $120 million. It included 120 municipalities, and this managed floods and drought. This was an approach that has been discussed in Europe. It's about make room for the river. Somehow it is about understanding that the river is going to be part of the territory, and we must complement it, and we must bear it in mind when we take decisions. Also, like I've also mentioned today, the nature-based solutions. We have an example in Sobral, where there are filtering gardens. We want to enhance the recharge of the aquifers in order to provide higher quality and higher amount of resource, of the resource. And there is an emblematic operation that we carried out in Panama, which is the sanitation of the Panama Bay, which is a treatment plan for the collection of waste waters. And I think beyond the actual size and the decontamination process, it's about the circular economy concept. It is about thinking holistically how to eco-generate energy and everything that is related to technological innovation, the hydrolysis for the management of these treatment plants. With regards to financial innovation, I think that has already been mentioned by President Granados. We're focusing on local governments, on cities and provinces, on the territories themselves. And there are different products. One of them is loans based on results, and this is somehow we want to reward and recognize the effort of some municipalities or states or departments that have not just done their work, but with regards to the management, they are very efficient, and we want to support them throughout the implementation of their plan. You probably wonder why we're doing this. Well, we do it because there's also a graduation level that can be moved to the national governments, where they may require their resources in a more efficient and timely fashion. And it is about providing the support that they need so that they can be and we can be more efficient. We're also working on traditional programs, on investment projects, with different municipalities. In the case of Brazil, for example, you can see a sample of over 10 municipalities and cities. We are working there on multi-sectorial operations, but with a great deal of water safety. We're also working at a province level with and without a sovereign guarantee in Colombia and in Argentina and in Uruguay. And we believe that that is one of the most important opportunities about supporting on the diversification of financial sources, not just with water issues, but also with regards to the infrastructure agendas at the supranational level. Of course, financial innovation, I think this has already been mentioned. This requires an effort in order to generate the structures that are attractive enough in order to somehow create success stories. This is the case of the blended finance. Here we can see that there is an entire ecosystem that has been created. We have worked together with other 60 banks of different types, leading the World Finance Coalition, the Water Finance Coalition, and we focus particularly on which can be these financial products and services that somehow can open up that window in order to finance and fund the sector. The question is always, how do we do so that the credit subjects that today cannot access funding can actually access this funding, and which are the questions that must be answered? And that is important because at the end of the day, it's about creating trust, transparency, and moreover, it's about standardizing those assessments. And finally, and I think this is the great news of the day, and I'd like to congratulate the Salvador government. Last night we had the official presentation of the debt exchange operation related to the nature and the restoration of the Lempa River Basin in El Salvador. This was an operation that has certain set of peculiarities. First of all is that from the intervention, both of the Financial Corporation of Development in the U.S. with $1 billion of guarantee and CAF $200 billion, thanks to that we managed the Salvador to be able to issue some impact notes between 2 to 3 nights above the credit rating that they used to have, and in parallel they bought back the debt. The net result of these were savings for over $350 million fiscal dollars. But what was important, and that's why CAF got involved into the operation and also the DFC, is that the key goal of these savings was the restoration and preservation of the river basin of the River Lempa. And there were $350 million for 20 years that were going to feed funds to generate initiatives and projects that could ultimately restore and preserve the River Lempa basin that goes through El Salvador, but also through Guatemala and Honduras. Thanks to this, we can use market instruments precisely to improve the quality of water safety. These are some of the news that are being published today, and I just wanted to share this with you because we think that these can create an asset class that can then be escalated in the different markets. First of all, like I said, fiscal savings for over $350 million, particularly allocated to the preservation of Rempa River. But there are also more intangible benefits which are worth mentioning. We reduced the credit perception, particularly for the markets, the debt profile, because they estimated 40% of the debt that went from 10 to 20 years. That also we strengthened the commitment with the creditors. The message of the El Salvador government when they closed this transaction yesterday was not just to support the creditors, it was like I'm hand in hand working with the markets to be as efficient as possible. And once again, it puts the country at the leadership of this kind of innovative projects. This is the first time this happens with regards to clean water in the world, with a success of over $350 million. And this puts the country at the avant-garde. But this is also a message for the multilaterals. It also allows us to understand that we must work in a complementary fashion. I included that paragraph, the second paragraph, where the DFC clearly states that in order to get the best debt conversion in history, the Financial Corporation for Development needed to complement itself with the regional banks such as CAF. And the reason of that is that in each of the multilateral banks and the institutions, we have different risk appetite and we have different flexibilities that must be put on the table in order to support these countries. So I think that when we talk about financial innovation, it is important to understand that this is a game where we all take part. This is a mission we all take part, and each and every one of us will be able to contribute in one way or another in a different fashion, so that we end up having a more perfectioned product. With regards to final reflections, well, territories and cities are the largest generation of the GDP. In the case of Ibero-America, this is even higher. And if we follow the urban development plan, the director of urban development in CAF says that urbanization is not the problem. The problem is how that takes place, and that future urbanization, that the future urban planning must bear in mind this holistic approach and must consider from the very first day the resilience of water safety. If we manage that, we could be ready for what we are unfortunately going to face in the future with regards to, or as a result of the climate crisis, which, as we all know, is a water crisis. Thank you very much, and we can move on to the panel now.
Aquí dos sombrero uno.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Angel Cárdenas, for this presentation that is giving us a very good basis in order to start the first panel of the session. This is a space where we will delve into how to ensure water safety in our cities through the alignment of these strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a pleasure to introduce you to the distinguished panelists that are going to be with us in this high-level panel, which will be moderated by Angel Cárdenas, and will add their valuable perspectives to the discussion. The members are Jessica Lopez, Minister of Public Works in Chile, Fernando Lopez, Minister of Natural Resources of El Salvador, and Rolando Figueroa, Governor of Neuquén in Argentina. I'd like to indicate that in order to organize the panel, the dynamic of the panels will be the following. Each moderator will raise the two questions in a jointly fashion so that every member of the panel has around 10 minutes to answer. Then we'll open a discussion time to delve into the addressed topics in order to promote a more dynamic exchange amongst the members of the panel. Dear moderator, dear panelists, you have the floor.
¿Se escucha? Sí. Bueno, como prometido, esto realmente es...
Well, as I said before, this is actually the most interesting thing. We have a very important panelist with us. We have the Minister Jessica Lopez, Minister of Public Works, also with a very vast experience in the bank sector. She was president of the State Bank. Fernando Lopez is the Minister of Natural Resources of El Salvador. I think we know one of the questions is going to be about the successful transaction. And also we have with us the Governor of Neuquén, Rolando Figueroa, also a partner of large projects that we are carrying out in the Patagonia that actually represent this multi-sectoral approach that I mentioned before. I have quite a few questions. I believe that I have 45 minutes to address all of them. So let's see. Let's see how we go. Let's see if we can have a few more minutes. I'm saying this to the team because I said to them there's going to be a very interesting panel. So dear Minister, I'll start with you. Well, we've just been talking about the world context with regards to the heterogeneity of water resources, the access to water. And in that case, Chile could be considered a privileged country with regards to water resources. We know that the whole Chilean territory, the volume of water coming from the rainwaters in the rivers is 8 times higher than the world average. But it has a high contrast in the water availability based on the demand of the different regions of the country. So within that context, how are you responding specifically to sectors like mining and agriculture, which require a lot of or very high volumes of water? And I like to complement this. In the case of safe water, what is the alternative to traditional sources in order to increase the supply? With regards to your first comment, that is an illusion, really. When we look at the geography of our country, as an historian was saying, it is a long stretch of land. At the north, we have a specific situation. At the south, we have the ice lands, and therefore the aggregated figure of water availability is very large, but is the distribution is not equal. In the north of our country, the water availability is far below the what is required, and in the south side of our country, that level is very high. That leads us to the key point, which is in our country, the water management doesn't just have to do with managing the river basins. We have 101 river basins. But what I mean is we need to manage the water by region. That's why in the northern region of our country, for example, I relate this with mining. Now, you mentioned it before. Mining nowadays consumes 4% of the available water in Chile. In the north part of the country, in Antofagasta, the mining capital of the world, as we said, they probably represent 40% of that consumption. So we must bear this in mind and address it regionally. The policies, the definition of infrastructure and the management of the water resources have to be done at a regional level. For example, in Chile, the north of Chile, the mining industry in Chile, which is what we call the salary of Chile, because it's the highest activity, the highest productivity activity in our country. This sector have used a lot of continental waters, but the mining industry is changing. We need to move to a green mining industry, and therefore they have defined as part of their strategy, they have decided to reduce the use of continental waters for their production. So if when Chile already have 15, 20 desalination plants in the north part of the country, 18 of all those are related to the mining industry, which are very systematically are incorporating desalinated water or reused water, even water from the sea in some cases. And they reuse the water up to 8 times in some productive processes. So they try to meet their commitment to reduce as much as possible. We hope they reach zero, but they want to reduce, as I was saying, the use of continental waters. What President Borch was mentioning the other day is something important, which is that he was visiting a desalination plant that our state company Codelco is building. But he says something that is not acceptable is currently happening, which is with the most developed technologies of the world that is used to create desalination plants of 3,000 liters a second, that lives together with indigenous communities that pretty much have no water for their own consumption. So that is unacceptable, and is is associated to the role of the state. Naturally, agriculture, like in many other countries of the world, uses over 70% of the water of our country, is also unequally distributed. And probably when we talk about those percentages, the approach, which is one of the key approaches, has to do with the better management of the use of water in the agricultural sector. I'd also like to mention what's related to human consumption. There are 2 modalities in Chile to provide water for humans and also sanitation. In the Chile cities, through private companies that operate through a concession model, and despite the fact that it's being criticized by some sectors, is being translated in the last 20, 30 years into that our country, when it comes to coverage and water availability of safe water, is pretty much 100%. The water supply in those cities in our country is 100%, but also like to make clear that 20% of that water is being treated primarily through submarine processes, and also the rest through treatments that allow for their reuse, the reuse of that water. But the active use is 3%. So there is a very significant issue to address in order to have an active reuse of the supplied and treated water. The state of Chile is in charge of water security throughout its entire territory, and that means an important role in the generation of infrastructures, both gray and green, because a reservoir is not about whether it's been built or not, but how it is being built. But also, legislation is important, a legislation that allows us to have public policies that are adequate. For example, for a water code today, which considers the priority for human consumption, and our ministry is in charge of managing the rivers when the right water holders don't get to agree on providing the priority to human consumption. And then an adequate management, of course. So this is important with regards to the fact that it's a mix of incentives and good standards for the use of water. That is probably the starting point. Thank you very much, dear Minister. It is clear the role of the state in this private-public investment and also how important management is. And I'd probably like to highlight the importance of using the latest technology in order to make a better use for mines and also for the communities. As you said, that is a priority. Again, a holistic approach that includes the costs and the prices, because we talk a lot about water, but we tend to stop thinking about how the price of the investment and who pays for that.
And that's what the sustainable model does. That's right. Dear Minister, congratulations to El Salvador for the transaction. And I'm going to go straight to talk about the quality of the Rio Lempa quality. We know how important the basin is. We've been talking about it today. It's 70% of the territory is in Salvador, but it does connect to Honduras and Guatemala. It's the main source of San Salvador. When we talked about this transaction, we've seen recent studies that indicated that there were very important findings related to contamination. So what are could you describe the current initiatives that the ministry is carrying out to monitor the quality of the water in the River Lempa and the preventive measures? And also I want to connect that to what we're going to be talking about after, about the financing for this conservation fund, which will be implemented to ensure that the water fulfills the necessary standards to protect the ecosystem and for consumption. Thank you very much. We're really happy since this debt swap was announced, because it's a historical project. It's a lovely project, well structured. Thanks to CAF for all their support. The issue with the River Lempa and water in El Salvador is something that we've been continually postponing for many, many years. And we've realized the effects of the lack of regulation of all the different activities all over the country. And so that has resulted in a water body that needs different interventions related to conservation, restoring, adapting to climate change too, because you have to remember that our country and our region is affected by weather events that occur more and more often, and they're more extreme. We have rain season where we have a concentration of 800 millimeters of water in weeks, and then we have 2 months of a drought. So this obliges us, well, first of all, to work with nature-based solutions, because that is very important. Everything related to restoring and adapting to climate change. And these nature-based solutions help us also to the filtering of water. We're working on an international atomic energy project, which helps us to identify all these priority zones for the filtering of the water, the infiltration. And these are all becoming involved in all of this. An essential part of this restoring project and this governance that was within the regulatory framework that's been generated and ended up in public policies that were, and the General Water Resources Law, which we presented in the year 2022, and it was actually approved after many, many years of consultation processes and many years of making water very political, which is something that happened in El Salvador. We created the Water Authority, and we separated the holistic water management with the water and sanitation should we say, subsector, which is in the hands of the environmental minister, which is where I work. So with this regulatory framework, we also have the wastewater situation, so that any citizen can monitor how it works, and in the wastewater treatment plants on a national level. So this is a platform that, taking into account the transparency that we want to offer, this is all available to all citizens. And so all the different cooperation organizations work with that through the Spanish government, with the ESIC. We have a very close collaboration with regard to water. And as the President says, we're going to work with the countries who want to work with us. Some of that has been seen in this fantastic depth SWOT with the collaboration of CAF, DFC in the United States, and El Salvador, and to end up by talking about the programs, which is something that is very, very important, and not just in El Salvador, but in all the Latin American region, because we share the same idiosyncrasy or the same culture, which is related to environmental education. So it's not just a question of sanitation or cleaning. It's more the fact that each citizen has to be aware that we should stop making the ecosystems worse. So we're working with the Ministry of Education to see if we can achieve all of these things. So we're looking at this from a holistic way. So we're talking about actions in the fields, in governments, and we're also talking about education, environmental education. And so all the different institutions are involved so that we will be able to achieve our challenges. So yes, so you're saying nature-based solutions and technology at the service of welfare. And I would like to say again, the key element is management and the water lay of the year 2022. International cooperation. We have to open up our doors, not just to funding, but also to the exchange of different practices. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Okay, now let's change our level, should we say, but to go to work on more local things. So Roland, as we say, has got demands, as we say, in Neuquén. So there's a lot of challenges due to demographic flow that passes through that. And that, obviously, we know that the governor is involved in the goods and services provision. So when we're talking about the water resources, what planning and investment tools are being implemented to guarantee the water security in your province? And also, Mr. Governor, how are you adapting the water services infrastructure to be able to respond to this challenge in such a short period of time? So that Neuquén, I went there 6 months ago, and then we see that the area is growing quickly. So how do you manage all of this? Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you, CAF, for taking me into account. I would like, first of all, to put into context my province. Neuquén is in the Argentinian Patagonian area. We were very fortunate to have the second largest gas reserve in the world and the fourth non-conventional oil reserves in the world. So what's happened? Well, what has this generated? This meant that we've got a very important growth, both demographically and economically. Economically, because we are now the fourth province that contributes to the GDP in the country. And it's a province that today contributes 55% to the GDP, and over the next few years that will probably increase to be even the third top province with regard to the contribution to GDP, and it's going to be done in a very expedited manner, and it's in the 16th position with regard to the number of inhabitants. So what is this going to generate? It's constantly creating internal changes in the population, because we have open frontiers and immigration, as Sergio said in his presentation, which is south-south immigration model. We're attracting people and have been doing so for many years. So we've grown by 4 times than in our region's grown 4 times more than the actual country is growing. So this creates obviously a demand of goods and services constantly. And so we're like a teenager, really. So it grows up. We're also managing the infrastructures, should we say, with our shoes that are 3 times too small. So when it's 3 times too small, that's when you start to look about, as I say, we're the 5th largest region as far as GDP is concerned. But what we have to look at what we actually need. And we were very surprised to find out that we're very delayed in certain infrastructure projects. We think that we're around 4,000 million should we say, behind in the infrastructure that we need. But a majority of these are just basic needs. And the basic needs need to be worked on. And one of these basic needs is water. So for us, it's very important to focus on managing the water, as well as the fact that we are, as we say, we have as freshwater reserve from the glacier. And it's very important, this reserve. And so therefore we have a lot of abundance in the provinces. So sometimes when you have abundance, you don't actually value what you have. So it's very difficult to manage it, to make people aware of this. So this is why we're carrying out certain campaigns regarding, zero waste, etc. So when you have water in abundance, you don't realize what happens in the areas where they have a shortage of water. So in some cities, there's a lack of water. So to be able to be resilient and to make sure that we have enough water supply, you need to have a good planning. So I think that all the mayors have said that they have planning with the provision of drinking water, but also with how they're treating the water. So this is why we are looking at the first investment will be for water. And I would like to say today that not only CAF, but we've also been focusing on dialogues. But today I can also say that we have signed a very important loan for our province, which is $100 million, one for reconversion and to work on tourism. And there's another specific part for water supply. So we signed this with CAF, as we've said, but this is very related to the management. Why? Because we've included over 50% of the population in our province have to be part of a certain work, which is the supply in 3 important cities, or 4 important cities within the province. But at the same time, what we're going to do is we're going to move towards smaller communities, the inland communities. And this is going to be through the management that we've been carrying out and all this work that we've been carrying out with CAF. So I honestly think that water in our area in Neuquén is related to life itself, and it's very related to natural resources. I always like to mention something that is something very difficult to understand in other countries, because natural resources in the Argentinian Republic belong to the provinces themselves. So we have a view that, conceptually speaking, the Argentinian provinces are part of a federal state, but that's very strong when the provinces are strong themselves. So the possibility for us to administer the natural resources give us this strength with regard to other provinces, but also with regard to the central government. So there we can coordinate, work together, but also we are really focused on solving the timely problems that each and every one of the provinces have. With regard to the shortage of water, in our case, it's not the only issue. We are contributing to a process to stop the substitutions of gas in the country. So we want to supply the southern cone with energy, but there are areas where we don't have gas supplies. So this delay in the development of infrastructures in the entire province is what we're focusing on at the moment. And today we've made a big step forward because we're going to be working on the after, should we say, the dead cows, death supply. So what happens when the oil runs out, or whenever it runs out? So what will happen after the gas runs out? So therefore you have to make sure that the province does not depend on hydrocarbons. And so we think that in this particular case, in hand with tourism, water use and production through the different rivers we have, and also we say the channeling from the dams to see, what are we going to do after the specific dead cow stage? After you call this dead cows, well, we're talking about Argentina is a federal state, so obviously the provinces have a lot of competences. So this is how to adapt to the size and the dimensions with regard to the requirements. And I'm not just talking about water, you talked about energy too. So this is why obviously you have to look at a holistic approach, especially when you're talking about tourism too. Minister, I'm going back to you. When we talk about the mining, in my mind, I was just thinking about the map of the north area, which is where Chile needs more water. But now I think let's move towards the southern area. So we said there's other challenges because there in the south you have too much water. So how do you prepare yourselves to face these extreme events and how they can affect the areas? Because we're seeing we're talking about climate change here. Well, our geography means that we have these extreme weather events in the entire territory. A few weeks ago, we had a project that was launching a project that was related to the fact that all the cities are cities that they're all affected by nature. So now they're occurring more often. So this means we have to work more on the infrastructures throughout the entire country. For example, the city, Pacaste, in the 90s, there were very heavy waters rainfall that had never happened before in history. And they had subsidence, and over 100 people died. And so therefore, the Ministry of Public Works in those days, they had to try and find out. We were looking at these gorges that surrounded the city. And if you look at Google Maps, so there were investments for the infrastructures which were designed to contain these events. We had terrible floods in the year 2015. Last year we had heavy rainfall, which ended up with floods in the center and southern areas. And we know that Chile has got probably more affected by climate change. We know the risk was high, and we're seeing the effects nowadays. And so this need is related to infrastructure at the same time as it's related to the management. So what we've done is we've freed off the restrictions that the public works had so that the infrastructures could only be related to watering, which is related to the reservoirs. Now we're looking at multi-purpose infrastructures. The reservoirs are not just useful, as their name says, just to retain water. Now they can be used to control the flows. Because we've had certain episodes in the past with regard to this. We have got a water network which has lots of measuring points, because we have to be able of making our population aware, so that maybe 6 or 8 hours in advance we can tell them that the rivers are going to grow and they may end up flooding, which happened in Constitución, the area, and it's a permanent risk for us. And the other thing is related to investments and management for more resilient cities. In Chile, we also have the fact the majority of the population are now living in the cities. And taking into account our geography, what we need is to have suitable systems to channel the water that goes through the mountain range towards the sea. And there we have a challenge where we have water collection systems within the cities, and I truly hope that they will be reused. And just we have protection systems like the one I mentioned previously. For example, in Santiago, the city, which is part of the mountain range, we have 3 important gorges which are a risk for the cities, and we have got certain infrastructures which are channeling the water, and they go through the cities, and they then end up into specific parks which allow us to receive a lot of water, and then that can infiltrate. And obviously, when they're flooded, we can then help that flow into the sea. So the resilience in the city, protecting people, obliges us to develop a lot of infrastructure that is grey and green. When we're talking about protection, we're talking about reservoirs, the control of the gorges, the flows, measuring, and should we say as we say, we're putting rocks along the side of the rivers because a lot of them flooded, and they flooded a lot of the area, and that really affected the agricultural business. So we protect cities and making cities more resilient, which is the title of this session. I think this is also something that we're focusing on at the moment. Thank you. Well, this is just to highlight a couple of things that you have said. So the Chile's objective is to create infrastructure that can be adapted to climate change, or multi-purpose infrastructure, to go hand in hand with the specific characters of the vulnerability that country may have. But again, it goes hand in hand with a more softer side, which is the management. So you could be prepared and more resilient, and also you can alert people to be prepared for when these events happen, so be able to protect, obviously, the people in the country. Thank you very much, Lady Minister. Now I'm going to change a little bit what we're talking about. We've talked a little bit about the connection of the different players in the territory and the collaboration between the government and the private sector communities, which is essential to deal with water resilience. The cities, nationally and provincially. So can you give us some examples about how your ministry has promoted this collaboration to improve the management of the water supplies? And also, what strategies are you employing to get the sustainable financing of these measures? Well, this is something that is based on certain premises. Everything is connected. We cannot ignore any of the players involved. We can't ignore what the private sector is doing, what the industries are doing, and what we do every day as citizens. So this is why it is so important to have a holistic approach. So we're not just, shall we say, well, the government can't be just like the police and say, don't do this, don't do the other. No, the government has to generate the public policies. We have to generate the conditions so that all the different activities, whether they're economic or otherwise, whether they have an impact or they don't have an impact on the environment. In this respect, we also are responsible for, shall we say, the threats observatory, and we have this early warning system, which is very important for us because it provides information, and we obviously get information every day about the wind, the river flows, the rainfall. So for us, this is very, very important. We've just launched an app in El Salvador because on many occasions these events that are derived from climate change, they are combined with events that just based on geology or, for example, the volcanoes. So it is a latent threat that we have. So we think there should be a way of quantifying this. How much does it cost the country, both in the public and private sectors? How much does it cost if you have to close a road because there's a flood, or if there's been a landslide? How much does it cost to be able to take goods to an airport or a port? How much does it cost a country for people not to be able to go to work, or when they're obliged to move due to climate events? So this is why we cannot ignore any of the parts. So everything is connected. So this is a connection, as we've said, and this is now something that's related to the policy. We talk about the Water Act, the early warning system. We talk about the relationship between the private companies and all the incentives that we promote. And we have worked with the National Bank, and now we're working with private banks to generate these incentives, either fiscal ones or economic for companies so they can put into practice all these new ways of being. So I think that's something that's very important, especially in the private sector, because they're realizing now it has to be sustainable isn't an option nowadays. It is something that is compulsory, and it's highly related to the efficiency and the resilience of cities. So we like thinking and we like saying that everything's connected and we can't ignore any of the different activities. Something else, which is also very, very important, and there you can see the collaboration between the public and private sectors. And this is this debt swap that we've been working on. I think this forum is very good because as of today, we can now talk about it publicly, and now I can talk about this debt swap. So this is how we can see the collaboration between the institutions and people from abroad. There's public and private entities involved. So what is happening is very, very special. And due to this collaboration, we can do these important things, like, as I say, everything related to this debt swap. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. So what I'm going to remember, there's no option. We have to be sustainable. I think that's a clear message here to everyone. And I think we should all bear this in mind. And the same as the Lady Minister talked about quantifying. You have to calculate how much things cost. And that's what the Lady Minister said. And also there's another question, who pays for it? So you have to know, apart from knowing who's going to pay for it, we have to know how much it costs. And also how much it costs, and saying who's going to pay for this, you need to create incentives, not for people just to want to pay for it, but to also to have a sustainable business model, which is what is being worked on in the private sector and with public banks and with retail banks. Thank you very much, ministers. Well, as you've said, Rolando, you have gas and oil. But the agriculture in Neuquén offers great opportunities. You are one of the major exporters of apples and pears in the world. But in short, and as you described yourself, you have great challenges with regard to water. So my question is, what measures are being implemented to improve the efficiency in the water use for irrigation and to ensure a sustainable and resilient development in your province? So I can imagine that when we're talking about the post-Vacamoto situation, and obviously we have to take into account that not only fruit and vegetables is important, but also tourism. We see that water has, as I said, we have got it for us, it's a great resource. And as I say, it's related to this Vacamuerta region. The production. Well, first of all, we could achieve the production for the different irrigation works that were tried in certain. We had to look at irrigation because of the flooding. And so that allowed us to produce very good apples and pears. And then we started to see in the areas and the dams where we had more productivity. So then we were checking out the irrigation. And today we're exporting a lot of cherries and lots of different fruits to different parts of Asia and North America. But there's always a lot to do with regard to water. Fortunately, with regard to apples and pears in our valley, allows us to ensure that our rivers have less contamination or pollution. We look after our rivers. And we also have a lot of the fishing industries related to the reservoirs. These reservoirs provide us with electrical energy, not just in Neuquén, but also for a lot of Argentina. And we're part of a debate at the moment related to the hydroelectric companies and the powers that the different provinces have with regard to this. And apart from just the power itself or the competencies, we are the owners of these natural resources. As I said before, this new debate that we've been talking about the last few months has been regarding that. But also, as the Lady Minister said, we said, how can you use water in this multi-purpose infrastructures? Well, we are now carrying building a reservoir in the New Kim province, where we're providing water for irrigation, for water consumption, and also used for generating energy. But the idea we have to have more hectares that can be irrigated and that can be productive, especially in the certification of the quality and the purity in the Patagonian area, which is obviously an added value. However, previously we talked about gas and oil, and I would just like to go back to that comment. There are no profitable projects if it's not sustainable, and also if the environment isn't cared for. This is very, very important, the sustainability element. But to available this social sustainability, we have to make sure that all the areas can have the services which are basic services. Water is a right, which is one of the main ideas. We have all inhabitants have to have free access to water. But also, when I'm talking about producing, we have to say produce well, because this is an interest in itself. We're producing gas and oil. But through the different pipelines, or we call them blue lines, the ones that we want to build, what we're doing is something which we think is innovative. And we're working with an Israeli company. If there is something that we can learn from Israel, is how they manage water. Our intention is, from the water that's used in the oil and gas business, so that we can have this irrigation by sprinklers. So some of these oil areas we can produce alfalfa, or we can do reforestry for certain areas, which is very important for us. So what goes hand in hand with that, i.e. water, we can produce greenery, we can reforest, but that goes with a clear certification with this fuel, which is gas with zero emissions that we want to achieve with our GNN. I'm saying this because the world is going to be requiring gas for the next 30 years. So this is why I'd like to congratulate CAF for a decision they made 3 years ago, where they're one of the few entities that says we're going to continue to invest in gas as a transition energy. What would happen if we all say we're not going to deal with gas anymore? We won't be part of a transition. We will just be without any production. And in parallel, what the world's going to do, they're going to go to the easy thing, which is to burn coal. In many countries, especially in the most developed countries, they talk about electricity, they talk about changing the basis, but also they're all supplied by coal. So when you plug in your car, your electric car, the energy that gets to that plug, it comes from coal. So therefore, we have to give gas a certain scenario so that it can be part of a transition period, so the gas molecules can generate more development. But also we need a horizon to be able to replace it over time. And I think this time frame will go hand in hand with the social sustainability issue, which will also go hand in hand with everything that could be generated by good water management. And we have to be water resilient. Well, thank you very much, Governor. Well, obviously what we work on in CAF is how we can help the main governments or the provincial governments in their projects. And you say you need to have your own capacity to be able to define your future. You called it the post-Vaca Muerta situation. But you have to know really where the province wants to be in the future. So obviously that goes through creating projects and initiatives that has to be quantified, how much it costs, who's going to pay. But they also need to be profitable. But profitable can't be in confrontation with the economic and social situations and the environmental situation. So this is going to be a conversation that will be related to all natural resources. And obviously, water is at the center of all this, but energy is also very important. So thank you very much for your reflections. So as I say, we've done very well time-wise. So thank you very much. And please can we give a warm round of applause to our panel members.
Muchas gracias, señor moderador.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, everyone, for your interventions and also for your fundamental contributions in order to delve into this challenge of guaranteeing water security and move forward towards the SDG 6. And now we're going to move on to the second panel where we'll analyze how sustainable sanitation systems and circular economy can become crucial in order to guarantee water security in our cities. These strategies are essential to achieve urban development that is sustainable and resilient in the face of water challenges and climate change challenges. I'd like to now welcome on the stage Mrs. Concepción Marcuello, Coordinator of International Affairs of Water for the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, who will moderate the next members of the panel. José Luis Ingles, President of AIDIS. Manuel Romero, CEO of EMASESA of Spain. Franz Rojas, CAF's Director of Water and Sanitation Analysis. And Silvia Sarabia, Leader of Water Resources in ECLAC. You're all welcome. Mrs. Marcuello, whenever you want to have the floor. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, CAF, for inviting the Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, particularly the Water Directorate, in order to moderate this panel on water and sustainable cities and promoting circular economy. And it's great to have these wonderful and excellent members of the panel. We have been told that we have 50 minutes for the development of our panel. So if you agree, I will raise one question that, aiming to concentrate all the ideas that we had as core for this panel, and you'll have about 10 minutes to answer that question. If we have a bit of spare time, we'll have a second round of interventions. So without further ado, I'd like to start by asking José Luis Ingles. José Luis, out of all the aspects related to the holistic water management and based on the knowledge of Latin America and the Caribbean as President of AIDIS, what is the key aspect that the CAF, the Spanish cooperation, also other cooperation instruments like, for example, the CODIA, what must be supported in order to increase water security, and what aspects must be enhanced for regulating water and enhancing circular economy and reducing carbon footprint? Well, good morning. Obviously, thank you to the CAF and the Spanish Corporation for allowing us to express ourselves in this panel. We've been told that if what's good, it'd be even better if it's brief. I'm going to take a couple of minutes, though, because many of you may not know yet what AIDIS is. AIDIS is the Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering. It is an association of associations, 24 national chapters. It exists since 1948. It was founded in Santiago de Chile. Last year, we celebrated the 75th anniversary. And that continuity and the idea of addressing all aspects related to sanitation and environment in an entire territory of South America because of that, we have gained a high level of credibility, and that is why we are invited to this event. Trying to synthesize Latin America and the Caribbean in one word is like trying to synthesize Europe and include Finland with Portugal or Greece with Scotland. So you can imagine the diversity of geographical aspects, climate aspects, social, economic aspects in a continent like Latin America. There are countries like Brazil that is a continent in itself. But if in the vision that I have had for many years, and in this actually last 2 years of my presidency, when I've been actually present in most of the events, I can say that synthesizing is there is something to do with resilience, but it's not a technological aspect. And it's not me saying this. This comes from the National Academy in Sweden that has just awarded the Nobel Prize, the Economy Nobel Prize. And one of the receivers of these prize, Dr. Acermolo, has written a book that's titled "Why Nations Fail." It could be, we could say the opposite. Why do nations success? And if we want to look in the Americas where we see the best examples with regards to the holistic management of water resources, that actually leads us to resilience. But if I have to focus on something, I have to focus on institutions. So countries are richer, they are very developed on all indexes, particularly the human index, not when they have more natural resources, but when they have better institutions. So back to your question, the needs throughout the whole water cycle in a continent like America are enormous. If we need to focus our efforts, the efforts of the CAF and the Spanish cooperation, I would actually focus on strengthening the institutions and the water governance. Very recently, what has been used as an example is a country that I've seen how it's changed quite significantly. I'm talking about El Salvador. And El Salvador, I was actually there in February. I saw how much it's changed, particularly with regards to what we're discussing today and with regards to its governance, the law of water, then the governance of the institutions. We can name good examples in the entire Latin American continent, like Chile, Brazil is substantially changing. We also have the case of Colombia. We also have the Central America case with El Salvador. So despite the fact that the needs are immense, the need to apply technology to a sector that has traditionally been a conservative sector allows us to get different outcomes through the implementation of different methodologies. Otherwise, it'll be crazy that Einstein said, expecting different outcomes when you always do the same. However, being part of the core of technology and engineering, today I can say and I can focus on governance, on the legislation, on the institutions, regulating the use and the preservation of the water resources. Ultimately, it's also got to do with the water economy, because the word credit comes from believing in Latin. And you believe when there is a permanence of the game rules. So in order to enable the funding of what is needed for a holistic water management, we need credibility. And that comes from stability in the regulation so that the participation of the state and the private sector can have a long-term approach. As for the second part of your question, there is an aspect that is not always being taken into account in the regulation of the water cycle. We talk about the price of the water, the price of investments, the costs associated to the excess of water, the cost associated to the scarcity of water. However, an aspect which was the origin of the health services that was less considered at the time, but is now becoming more important, is health, basically. Just a couple of weeks ago, I took part in the 61st meeting of the leading committee for the American health system, the American branch of the World Health Organization, and something that had become less important has now or is now once again a priority for the health sector. We're talking about the environmental health elements. The most obvious one is obviously safe water. We have a lot of examples in Latin America that indicate that it doesn't, if we provide water services, don't necessarily mean providing safe water services. The cost of not providing safe water have been quantified by numerous studies, particularly the World Bank, but they're not always taken into account. There's been a recent study in Latin America that says that one of the most growing economies in the last 20 years actually has the third child mortality rate in the region. So there is a split between economic development and social development, one of which key aspects is that of health aspect, So I would like to recommend the CAF and the Spanish cooperation to influence on the legislative schemes so that the health aspects are borne into account. And there are other important aspects like chemical products that we're starting to see resulting from the use of plastics, the aspects related to the reuse of water, aspects related to the micro and nanoplastics, etc., etc. Ultimately, all that becomes a cost if we want to have a safe reuse of water and other resources. So yes, I would like to see that the CAF and cooperation, I would like to see the CAF and the cooperation influencing all that. This is a challenge, but at the same time an opportunity. Spanish companies have wide experience and the necessary technology to influence in all those aspects. So it's a continental problem, but it's an opportunity for Spanish companies so that they can provide technologies at the right cost so that we can have the protection of health as one of the key elements of the holistic water management. Thank you very much, José Luis. The truth is that, I keep this vision of the holistic management of water resources through all these components, all its components that are actually part of the water governance, the legal framework, the institutionality, and the financial aspects as well, which are so important. And also a very important aspect, which is having safe water. And there we have to take into account that it's something very related to health, that it's important to highlight all that, and it's important not to forget that component when it comes to setting our norms and our regulations. I'm now going to move to the next speaker, the next member, Manuel Romero, the CEO of Emasesa. In your opinion, which are the key challenges that the current sanitation system faces in a city, in a large city in Spain, for example, Seville, like yours? And we also see a lot of treatment plants, water treatment plants there. So now, which are the plans that Emasesa has in order to move on to a circular economy that allows for a better water management and for a better sustainability of the systems? And in that sense, what role is digitalization playing, which is a mechanism that from the ministry in Spain, we have considered as crucial? Well, first of all, thank you. Thanks to the CAF for inviting me to this panel. It is for me an honor to be a member of this panel. And well, Emasesa is the metropolitan water management company in Seville that manages the holistic water cycle in an area of 100,000 inhabitants, the capital Seville and the rest of the province, the metropolitan area. And in Emasesa, we currently have 4 treatment plants that we actually, is part of a plan that we started 4 years ago. We want to end up with 2 plants. One will be the biggest one, the one in Copero, which is the environmental complex in Copero, and then a smaller one, which will be the one in Redilla. That way we can join efforts so we can move from 4 plants to 2 plants. And the idea is for the COPER environmental complex, which is formed by one treatment plant and also an advanced treatment plant. The idea is to turn the treatment plants, today the treatment plants generated waste and they consumed energy. When we want to turn that around, we want them to become sort of like water biofactories, so that they actually produce energy, normally clean energy, that is self-consumed. And then together with that energy, they are also going to produce water that can be reused, so regenerated water, and a high ecological value product and high agricultural value product, so good for the field, for the land. So that is absolutely crucial in terms of circular economy. With regards to digitalization, we have an example. This sludge treatment plant, an advanced plant, started to work at the end of last year. And then the sludge treatment is done in a confined way, is mechanized and robotized, and we control all the parameters with different sensors. And that, for that, we help with digitalization. We count on the help of digitalization. And in that sludge plant, we have a filter, and thanks to digitalization, we can treat and remove the bad smell produced by treatment plants. Is what the technical experts call the digital nose. So how is digitalization going to impact sanitation, which was your question? Well, in the second water PERTE, which is the related to the turtle, which is it's what is going to define all this is a new model for the sanitation in areas of big urban areas. These are 17 projects, and we are currently starting and launching all those and rolling them out, basically. Well, thank you very much for your words. That idea of seeing the water plants, water treatment plants as a biofactory is fundamental, and it is important not to forget that important line, which is that of the sledges. When we talk about waters, we tend to perhaps focus on water, and we think about the biofactory only associated to water and energy recovery and so on. But the sludge treatment is a very important topic. So I think we have a long way to go there with regards to cooperation amongst all of us in Latin America and the Caribbean. I think we're doing well time-wise, so we've got plenty. So I'm now going to move on, or I'm going to give the floor to Franz Rojas, who is a CAF Director of Water and Sanitation Analysis. Well, CAF developed its first water strategy in 2018, and then by 2023 it was updated, and always focusing on water security. One of the programmatic lines related to this strategy is got to do with the promotion of water reuse and circular economy. Since the Latin American and Caribbean region has 30%, according to the figures, the global figures on the water available worldwide. So my question for the CAF and for you is it necessary to promote, to incentivize even more the regenerated waters in this region? What would be the potential of using other byproducts of wastewater treatment? And also, with regards to, based on the knowledge of the CAF and your knowledge in Latin America, which would be the key investment projects associated to circular economy that would be worth highlighting, particularly those that the CAF is currently funding? Thank you very much, dear Conchita, for these important questions so that we can explain how we see the circular economy. You very well said in our renewed water strategy, we have a programmatic line that talks about circular economy. And when we talk about these items, circular economy, we can talk about the two things that talk about climate change, adaptation and mitigation. We like to say that not just water is at the core of sustainable development, but water is actually at the core of adaptation. And I think that is an important topic that is becoming more and more, or is reaching more and more consensus. In fact, the COP, the COP29 that will be held next week, there is an important chapter dedicated to water. And if you remember, the Paris agreements focused more on mitigation, but now we see that more and more water plays a more protagonist role, if you want, because its involvement in adaptation and mitigation. And why is this important for Latin America? You very well said that we have 30% of water availability in the world, but is asymmetrically distributed. So there are areas where there barely rains and others where it rains sometimes. For you to have an idea, 22% of the surface of the continent are arid or semi-arid lands. What does this mean with regards to percentages? Well, over 4 million square kilometers, so that is 2 times Mexico. We could have 2 Mexicos in the so-called arid or semi-arid territories, or 3 Perus, if that helps. So we can just have a good management of water in the Amazons and the Orinoco, for example. There are areas also where we have water scarcity, and that is where the potential of reuse becomes very important. And we're seeing this with the multiple droughts. Angel very well said that the last droughts have been particularly harsh for Latin America, and particularly for the South Cone, with very significant damages, $10 billion in losses related to drought in the last 3 years for the South Cone, and so on. So it's therefore important to bear in mind, and we're seeing this with the different countries that are facing very severe droughts. Chile, for example, is experiencing a drought for the last 12, 14 years, and we could continue with more and more stories like this. So thinking about reusing waters or regenerated waters, as you say, in this part of the Atlantic, which quite like, I think it's a need. It's a necessity. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity. But before that, we need to work hand in hand on sanitation. Only 42% of wastewaters in Latin America and the Caribbean are currently treated. That means we need to make more work on more than half of that. But it's also an opportunity, because in that over 50% we can already work on a conception whereby we can incorporate the reuse potential, particularly in those areas where we have wastewater treatment plants that haven't got abundance of water, so that we can then use those waters, or reuse those waters, sorry. It is important in different areas also. It's important studying the potential of these scarcity areas. It is also true that Latin America and the Caribbean contribute or emits around 10% of CO2. 50% of that, or nearly 50% of that, is related to agriculture, but the other 50% is associated to multiple services. And of course, amongst those, we from the water and sanitation projects can contribute to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. But we know that the wastewater treatment plants has high operation costs related to energy. So how about co-generating energy so that we can reduce the cost for the companies, and we can also contribute to reducing greenhouse gases? So I like to say that that is a note that is important, and we also support and see that a lot of countries in Latin America are included in the NCDs, the determined national contributions. They're including this concept of sanitation and water management. So I think this is positive. And when we talk about circular economy, there are 3 elements that are important. I'm going to focus on cases in Latin America, and I can think of about 7 cases in Latin America where the regenerated waters are already being used. They're iconic cases because of their characteristics. I remember the one in Tenorio in San Luis Potosí in Mexico, which was one of the first ones that not only reused water for agricultural purposes, which would be the logical, but for cooling a thermal plant. And we also saw that waters could actually have a lot of goals, not just for watering farms or gardens, but it could also contribute to the cooling of thermal plants or for industries. We've seen other cases in Monterrey, in Guadalajara, in Mexico. Other interesting cases in Peru as well, with Cerro Verde, where the mining company offers the water company the treatment of 100% of their wastewaters at zero cost, so that they can use those waters for mining. Those kind of financial engineering businesses is what we're interested in studying and promoting. Aquapolo in Brazil is another example, which gets treated wastewaters from a big plant in Sao Paulo. It adds an additional treatment, and thanks to that, they can sell the water for industrial use. These are some of the examples of what can be done, and I think as part of that transformation process, we are seeing different cases. Now we see the concept of biofactories. I like them a lot. I think they're making a lot of progress here in Spain in this field, and we have some cases also. I also like very much to see that the largest plant in Latin America and Caribbean, La Totonilco, 35,000 liters per second, that is a wall of water, or 35 cubic meters per second. They're not only reusing the waters for farming and for agriculture, but they're also changing the life of farmers. Before, they had not very good quality water, and therefore they had some restrictions in terms of what kind of crops they could produce. But if they now have better quality water, they can produce different types of better vegetables. But it's not got to do just with use. They are also co-generating energy, as I was saying before, for their own self-consumption, so that they reduce their operational costs. And you also talk about sludge. Well, there is a potential there. I know there's still a lot of work to be done here in order to use sludge to improve soils, but this is being successfully used in some countries. That is the case of Chile in the Farfana or Trebal, which are also two iconic cases. And that is also similar to that eco-factory concept. They use the water, they produce eco-energy, and they use the sludge for the agriculture in order to improve their soils. I think this is a journey that Latin America has to go through, and we would like to support. And I will conclude by giving you a couple of examples.
We have the Juan Diaz plant, which has also been an important investment, apart from that very interesting project, because we've had the participation of 5 multilateral banks to be able to make this investment. This also therefore said that we have these able for all of us to come to agreement with these multilateral banks, and it's a 4.4 cubic meters second plant, and so it has a potential to use sludge. And in project, I hope we'll start this one soon. We have another plant which has got cogeneration, which is a Guacacucho plant. So these are 2 clear examples where we're not just thinking about how important they are, but we're also promoting this with very specific projects to the circular economy. Well, thank you very much, Franz. Well, we're going along a very important way, but I assume that it's going to be circular too, this path. So we're going from the need for governance, the reuse of regenerated water. We also, as we say, the development is focused on a good framework agreement and just about energy improvements. And this requires not just obviously adapting to climate change, but also we are making this leap forward towards biofactories, mitigation. And in Europe, along these lines, we have been ensuring that the treatment plants are going to be climate neutral soon. And now we're going back to look at specific regions. I would now like to give the floor to Silvia Sarabia, who's the water resources leader at the ECLAC. And the ECLAC has been promoting specific circular economy initiatives related to drinking water and sanitation. And the ECLAC has been publishing the opportunities related to the circular economy and treated water in Latin American countries. So to talk about specific issues, can you talk about specific conditions related to the public policies? Should they be fulfilled to be effectively be able to implement this approach? Do you have sufficient regulations in the region to be able to accompany these initiatives? And what incentives have been successful? Taking into account the experience of the ECLAC. Thank you very much, Glita. Well, I would now like to offer a few examples and connect it to the previous panel, where the ministers were talking about costs, who's paying, sustainable models, and the news from the ECLAC. Those who don't know the study, what we do is we analyze 75 wastewater treatment plants, but of an intermediate side, the ability between 4,000 and 5,000 liters per second. So cities which have got 500,000 to 2 million people. We analyze different climates, different geographies. And what was our surprise? Just to recover methane. And we weren't even talking sludge or reused water. We're talking about generating electricity, because this has got which is obviously very expensive. We calculated $250 million. But if you did the investment, you saved $50 million a year in energy costs. So therefore, the efficiency rate was $1.66. So we said, hey, and that reduced the methane emissions. But we didn't just think about that study. So we thought, let's carry out a second study that was published at the beginning of this year, which was a financial, shall we say, roadmap. But we did it in the small cities of 40 or 50,000 people. We're talking to 30 to 200 meters per second. And we looked at 7 municipalities in El Salvador and Mexico. $5 million, 1,500,000 in energy. So it's a 5-year payback. So the question is, why did this business, this technical financing, the ECLAC analysts, why don't they make these solutions progress quicker? And so then we were thinking about how we've understood the way to work on a public policy level to be able to solve these issues and to start to get them up and running so that no one is left behind. And we're not just talking about the big city of Santiago, which has got different areas, in Sao Paulo, which are managing to burn methane, but we're talking about the intermediate-sized cities where they're treating water, and it's very high for health reasons. And we say that year 2 million years, which is due to health conditions caused by bad water. So what do we say at the ECLAC? What do we think that we have to work on? We have the capacities, which the Executive Secretary talked about in Lima, Peru, a few days ago in special technical sessions. On the technical side, on the operational side, on the political side, and on the prospection side. On the technical side, what we have is the great unknown factor of what I'm saying. We went to a municipality. We said, we don't know how we're going to do this. We don't know the technology, how we can do this, circular economy. And then if it works on this scale, there's a lot of the fact that people really don't know about what the methane recovery is all about. And the other issue that connects to the previous panel is the capacity to generate bankable projects on different projects. We're saying they can be at a local level, or they could be on the intermediate-sized cities, and also in the big capital cities. The operation is related to the tariff regulations. They said, who's paying? Well, generally, the sewage works and the sanitation are not paid by anyone because the money takes from the drinking water revenues. And so that has to change. And something else that has to change is the interconnections. For example, if I've got excess energy, how can I sell it, or how can I plug it into the grid. So we have to see all the different connections of the circular economy so that sludge can restore soils where and what crops can be grown there. Alfalfa, I think somebody said this morning. I think the mayor of the New Ken. So things that make sense, or treated water, to what level of quality do you need for certain crops? So we need to talk about the operational side of the regulatory framework, and that all needs to be defined and written down. And then if we talk about the political side of things, it's very important from the highest level authorities to recognize on a national level, as a national security level, the water security and investment in water. That is essential to look at all these things so that we can have consumption and production that are both sustainable. And the last factor is the prospective issue. It connects to the example that we're going to see in Seville, the digitalization, which is really essential, and it's missing in this industry. You know, if we are digitalized, we can see what are we losing through leaks, the quality of the water, what's going on, how's the water distributed, because in many of the water companies, in the public, private companies are not connected, and also the water authorities don't necessarily know the situation in different water bodies. So I think this is just, for example, about the way that we can strengthen the way we are looking at the circular water. So as we say in the cities, I would like to ask people to look at this document where we really explain how to strengthen certain issues so that all the different parties related to water can be improved in our segment. But the circularity nature in the cities is going to make the cities more resilient. This is the way forward. This has already been said. We're going to have to look for regenerated water, but we're also going to have to look for water saving because the population moves into the cities. And obviously, the Latin American cities have a lot of water stress. So we're very happy to listen to all the initiatives by the bank, which are moving towards the different cities, and that we need to have, as we say, things that go beyond the national frameworks, and especially in these medium-sized cities where we think things are behind other big cities. Well, thank you very much, Sylvia, for connecting water safety to the big cities. So it's not necessarily the problem is in the big cities, but in the medium-sized city where it's a very important issue. So it's very important to be more aware of the circular economy. I would just like to ask something, taking into account that the El Salvador minister here, El Salvador is committed to the Salvador Water Authority and Metaban, which is one of these case studies that we were looking at to see if it was technically viable to mobilize resources, to convert them into circular resources. I think it was $400,000. And so they were going to, with investing $400,000, they were going to save $98,000 per year. So we went through the entire process on the political side, on the operation side, on the technical side, and the prospection side, so that this example is a true success, and it should be able to be replicated in the rest of the area, which then makes the circular economy policy related to water and sanitization better. And also in Colombia, together with ECLAC, we're going to carry out the same analysis in 100 places throughout the country, taking into account the different geographies, climates, to see how the regulatory framework will be changed so it connects to the government's initiatives related to the energy communities, and therefore the excess methane that is generated, we can see how that can be redistributed. And so the government want to have a great national plan to recover methane, but water needs to be in the center of energy security, water security, and also climate needs. Obviously, the climate change needs to be taken into account. So yes, water connects all the different industries. We've been seeing this throughout our interventions. The circular economy and the regeneration of water is a clear example. And the special different applications for water, the regenerated water is very important for different industries. And also we get the energy recovery in the water treatment plants. I'm afraid time's run out. All I wanted to say is that thank you very much for your specific examples that have been offered by the panel members. And I think it's very important to have a dialogue that can then be, which is obviously the conceptual side of the dialogue and the ideas, which are very interesting, but also personally, obviously, I think you really need to know the theoretical side to be able to put this into specific experiences and specific projects. And I think the entire Latin American community, I think we have a lot to exchange with this side of the Atlantic too, because there are so many different examples that can be used for global collaboration and the internationalization of all these things. So I think this is a very important issue. So I'd like to thank all the panel members for their specific examples within this framework of how can we make the most of wastewater in a circular economy. Well, thank you very much to all of the panel members. Thank you all very much for listening too.
Pues muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much to the moderator and all the panel members for this very important reflections, where we have managed to have a perspective that is very broad and very detailed on the way we can progress to having a more sustainable future for our cities through sanitation and the circular economy. And now, within this context of commitment, we're now moving on to a very special moment within the framework of the 10th edition of the Water Dialogue. For me, or for the CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, to know the answer of the competition which is based on water resilience in cities. So for this very important time, I'm now going to give the floor to Ms. Carlota Real, who's a water specialist at CAF. She is going to offer an idea about this competition and how important it is. So, Carlota, you have the floor, madam. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. To absolutely everyone. It's a true honor for me to present this competition related in line with the 10th edition of Water Dialogue. I was going to explain the reason why we're holding this competition, but we've already been explaining the problems related to water and why we need lots of different projects. So I really don't think I need to say it because I will be repeating what's already been said. So I don't want to bore you, but what I do want to talk about something that Angel mentioned, and the people who can present these projects are the people who experience the problems related to climate change and the lack of services and water and sanitation in different places. So with this competition, what we wanted to do was to offer ideas from those who are actually living in the cities, and not just from the standpoint of technological innovation, but also from projects that are suitable to the context and that inclusive and sustainable projects. So you know something about the different categories in this competition. One was the management of urban floods, how you manage droughts, water efficiency and how to manage water demand, and also how you can manage the receiving bodies. So we have these 4 subjects. Obviously, we have nature-based solutions that are also involved, and innovation and technology. So in this competition, it was launched on the 15th of July, and September was the deadline to receive the proposals. And I just wanted to say that the expectations we had were great, but we had 240 from 18 different countries. And I would like to highlight there were a lot of municipal governments that sent their proposals, regional governments, and even national governments sent in projects. And there was a high participation from universities in the region. And in this regard, I want to highlight that all of us who could check all the proposals, we saw so much interest to include the nature-based solutions for these issues in urban areas are very important. And also people working on information systems that allows us to make decisions based on data. And also they will allow us to have carry out preventive activities instead of reactive activities, is what we're normally used to doing. So I'd also like to thank the assessment committee, all the members of the committee who put in a lot of effort to review all the proposals, and I would also like to thank all the participants who made us broaden our knowledge about what is going on in all the different regions. And without further ado, and not to use up too much time, we would like to call up the people who are going to hand over the awards and those who are the award winners. So we want to recognize certain projects that have been absolutely fantastic, and they have shown excellence in water resilience in the region. So I'd now like to go on and move on towards the award winners.
Pues muchas gracias, Carla.
Thank you very much, Carlotta, for your kind words and for highlighting how important these initiatives are, especially the ones selected, because it offers a lot of progress towards water resilience in cities. So to start the award presentation, I would like to ask Hugo Moran. Well, Mr. Suarez, sorry, would you like to come up and hand over the prizes? Well, I will be brief. So the third prize goes to Green Engineering in Peru. Edgar Sanchez is going to come up and collect this third prize.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Edgar Sanchez, Green Engineering Peru. Congratulations to Green Engineering Peru for that exceptional work. And now I would like to call up Christian Astanes, the Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming at CAF, to hand over the second prize. Thank you very much. And the second prize is to Canteras Esponja, and from the Canteras Esponja project. So this is a Canteras Esponja project which relates to the municipality of Santo André. Congratulations to the Santander area for all their work. And I would like to call up to Jessica Lopez, who's the Minister of Public Works from Chile, to hand over the first prize. Lady Minister, would you like to come up? The first prize is for Chile. This is why I'm here. For the Santo Maipo Water Fund, which is where our capital is, in Santiago. So the institution is a Santiago Maipo Water Fund, and the project were rainforests. Now we would like to call up all the award winners so we can have a family photograph here on the stage.
Y a continuación.
And now I would like to tell you that we will be having lunch that will be held up on the terrace. So we need to be back here at 3 p.m. sharp to start block 3. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. And once again, we hope you have enjoyed your lunch. And before we start, we'd like to remind you that this event is being streamlined through the CAF YouTube channel with available interpretation into English and into Portuguese. I'd like to also keep on encouraging you to share your experiences, opinions, and ideas on the event on social media using the hashtag Diálogos del Agua. And in order to continue with this 10th edition of Water Dialogues, we'd like to now move on to the third panel focused on financing to local governments, progresses and perspective. In this space, we'll explore the possibilities to mobilize resources in order to strengthen the capacity of cities in Spain, Latin America, and the Caribbean, with the goal to face the water challenges in a sustainable and efficient fashion. We'll also already like to encourage Nicolás Mendiolov, Senior Executive of Urban Development and Creative Economies Management at CAF, will be the moderator, and our distinguished members of the panel who will share their experience and vision on this important discussion. Please come on the stage, Ms. Camila Rodriguez, Regional Pre-Investment Infrastructure and Energy Manager for Latin America and Europe for the EFG, World Bank Group. Hervé Dupreul, Deputy Director for Urban Planning and Housing in the French Development Agency, and Carlos Puentes, Director of Water, Energy and Environment in Banobras. Mr. Mendiolov, whenever you want, you have the floor. Perfect, thank you. And before anything, it's a pleasure to say hello to you. Thank you to the whole organization for allowing me to be here moderating this panel, and thank you for the trust to moderate this panel after lunch. I hope it's interesting enough for everyone. Throughout the day, we've talked a lot about local finance, financial innovation, the role of local governments, which is becoming more and more important in complying with the SDGs in general and the SDG 6 in particular. And in this panel, we'd like to talk about the experience of different multilateral banks with societies and water businesses, public businesses that depend on the subnational governments in order to address these challenges and these infrastructure gaps. We have the important or the relevant expertise of experts in different banks, and now I'd like to give the floor to Camila, and we would like her to tell us about her experience in the infrastructure sector and energy sector for Latin America. I would like you to tell us about which are the key tools you use in your institution for funding these industries, some experiences, some innovative cases that you may share with us so that we can illustrate a little bit options of how to address this funding issue. Well, Nicolás, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the CAF for the invitation. I hope we can use this space to discover other collaboration and partnership spaces at the national level, because I think it is incredibly important to work together with other banks. Well, from the IFC, for those of you who don't know it, or in order to clarify a little bit what it is, the IFC is the private arm of the World Bank Group. And there is a big differentiation between World Bank Group, who focuses on the public side, and the IFC focuses on the private side. But we have somehow defined a space so that the IFC works with subnationals as long as this is without the guarantee of the nation. And this covers municipalities, provinces, but also businesses in the subnational sphere and state sphere, but always using their balance with regard to the credit side, always using the robustness of the finances in order to have that support without having the sovereign behind it all. I think in terms of product, maybe the most traditional one has always been loans and debt. And that's where we started what we can say was our involvement in the subnational sphere. But as we have been working and reaching further, we have got into the capital markets, bonds, and also in the field of guarantees. And an important aspect that we have done recently has got to do with local currency for us and for our customers, municipalities, businesses. Having access to local currency is quite critical. And that's what we've managed to dwell, but particularly now in Latin America. We now have 3 countries in Latin America. We have a pool for local funding, and that's very helpful. That is Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico. So that has been an innovation that was about 2-3 years. Now, guarantees. Now, the World Bank Group, since the summer, we grouped in one single umbrella all the guarantees of the group: World Bank, MIRA, and IFC. And as a product for subnationals, we can, and this is a very important thing, it is important to be able to mobilize through local banks and through international banks. That's what MICA does. And this has therefore been a very important product, particularly in those markets where we cannot enter directly. As you know, there are some markets that were, due to fiscal rules or due to fiscal centralization processes that might be a little bit delayed. We can discuss that a little bit later. So entering through the banks is always, as I said, very powerful for us. And finally, the bonds. I think there is a very innovative issue or topic which is very important and related to loans, and that is loans and bonds linked to sustainable development goals, and also green bonds, blue bonds, and biodiversity bonds. With regards to the thematic bonds and the thematic loans, we have observed a very big appetite from the subnationals, and that is because it generates financial incentives. That is what a sustainability bond does, or it widens the basis of investors. And we see a lot of appetite from the investors on these bonds. So let me give you a couple of examples for the audience. In Brazil, we managed with Ibero, which is one of the largest water companies worldwide. It provides over 28 million inhabitants in the state of São Paulo. We there agreed a blue loan, the first blue loan in Latin America. And all these loans have to be linked to projects showing and proving their environmental benefits, climate benefits, and social climate if there are social projects. So the idea here was to depollute the Pinheiros River, which is a river that goes through Sao Paulo. And this was an environmental asset for the city and for the state. And as well as this, the use of that bond was to expand the sanitation connections coverage. And water coverage, and this is very linked to the desalination objectives that are part of the government of Brazil right now. We've also issued other thematic bonds related to sustainability and so on. But I think that is the field where we are seeing more and more appetite from our customers. Wonderful. Well, CAF also has a lot of years of experience working with local governments. In Brazil, we always like to say that we are the bank of the cities. And a few years ago, with the capitalization process, we strengthened the mandate of the bank to work with national governments without sovereign guarantees. And when we landed in that market, the truth is that ACB was always like a compass for us, because in the region they were very active, or you're very active, and they were amongst the first ones who wanted to work with the local governments without guarantee. So you, Hervé, from your experience, what are, in your opinion, the key challenges and opportunities faced by the work with local governments in the development of projects in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how do you think that multilaterals can contribute to cooperation and a more efficient management of resources that are always scarce for those kind of borrowers? Thank you very much. And before I start, I'd like to once again thank CAF for inviting us to be here in Madrid, to come to Madrid to discuss this topic of financing of local governments. I think this invitation proves the robustness, the strength of our cooperation, which we have been developing for over 15 years, I believe. Nico, you were saying, let's develop a little bit the topic of the challenges. And the truth is that the key challenge is mine today. It is about having to talk in front of experts on the topic of water when I am myself quite new in this field. I am not at all an expert on the topic. My specialty is more financing local government. That's my area of expertise. So with regards to challenges, I think it's quite obvious that we need to remind ourselves that since 2006 in the Quito summit, we recognize the role of local governments as key stakeholders of development. In fact, they are the most directly linked institutional level, most directly linked to populations, in order to provide those basic services, for example, water. There are 500,000 local governments in the world, 500,000 powerful clients. But it's clear that these 500,000 clients or potential clients are not accessible for us public development banks for several reasons. But the challenges that they face are pretty much the same. The first challenge that we encounter is about providing their own clients the quality of life that they deserve. And it is important to remember that all local governments have as a purpose, as a goal, the provision of quality of life to their citizens. The second challenge that I see is the challenge of climate change. We've discussed this morning, and perhaps we may not need to remind ourselves of it, but after that, we immediately have the challenge of performing their public tasks without access to financial resources. So according to the World Bank, only 20% of local governments can access resources coming from international markets. And that means they stay dependent on the state resources. At the local level is where the public expenditure materializes, though. So 13% in Africa, 13% of the public expenditure is done locally. 34% in Asia, and 21% in Latin America, which is a very big part of local expenditure. Now, the challenge is, in terms of volume, is immense. Nowadays, we are considering $3 billion a year to finance the local governments at the world level. And in order to end with the issue of challenges, we obviously have the lack of technical skills of the local administrations in order to prepare and implement the projects. So therefore, these challenges, the truth is that they become opportunities for financial institutions that are either national institutions or international institutions. And this is where we come into action ourselves. In the AFD, like many other development public banks, we respond with 3 types of products. Camila was talking about this just before, the sovereign loans that we provide to the states, credit lines through national banks or specialized banks, and finally direct loans. I think this afternoon what we're here for is to talk about this last product, which is direct loans. And like you very well said, Nico, we've tried to develop this product in Latin America, but also in other continents like Africa or Asia. To tell you the truth, most of the direct loans that we sign have sovereign guarantee. And the challenge is what we've been developing for a few years already in Brazil, for example. But our hope, our aim is to develop the non-sovereign bonds without state guarantee. We've dealt with this for over 20 years now. When I was preparing this panel, I was looking at our archives, and the first direct loan without a state guarantee was done in 2004 with Durban in South Africa. Yes, Durban in South Africa. And since then, we have already developed 26 projects. I want to be transparent this afternoon to show you that the truth is that the volume is not impressive. 26 projects, 2 billion euros. That's what we've done in 20 years. And, these projects have been very varied. There are projects that go from 6 million euros to 150 million euros, like a recent one in the city of Bogota. And in order to compare and conclude here, as I said, in order to compare where the level of commitment per year is of 12 billion euros per year. That's the level of commitment of our institution, 12 billion euros a year for the AFD. And, well, just to leave a bit more time for the chat, for the conversation, for the discussion, we can then talk a little bit more about the products that we want to develop, but maybe just 2 words on the topic, the guarantees. Camila talked about these before. We believe a lot in this new product that is being discussed at different levels. We ourselves have signed an agreement of 2 guarantees with the European Union, and we benefit from these 2 guarantees. One of them is a guarantee given to the banks, with which we create credit lines, and the other guarantee is a guarantee received by EFD in order to partially cover the counterparty risk of the AFD with local governments. What I think is important and interesting on the first guarantee, the guarantee given, is that we can develop a product that can allow local governments to access funding to meet their needs in terms of deadline, because they need a longer term approach. And the second important thing is the amount, the sum. They're important sums, they're big sums, but what's important is the small sums, because small amounts, because our bank, like the CAF and the World Bank and the IFC, like many other banks, we cannot go on small size operations. So, and also with this guarantee, what we can develop is technical assistance for the development of green and sustainable bonds that allows them to get funds, local governments, they can get funds to fund their local investments. The AFD can get those bonds, those financial obligations issued by normally for large cities that, like Camila said, they wish to expand their investors, the number of investors, and get beneficial advantages, or even make their action visible in favor of climate. Well, I'd like to remember some of your concepts to now move on to Carlos. It's just not about multilateral bank, also local bank of development. There's the one that also plays a key role in the funding of subnationals, public businesses, the Brazil Bank, the Argentinian Bank, and Banobras in Mexico. And two key questions in this beginning of management that was launched 15 days ago. How do you see the changes in terms of water security, and what do you think could be the position of the new administration with regards to the important funding of these components? And then in Banobras and Fonadin, with regards to supporting local governments, water security, are there any case studies that you can share with us that we can learn from a country that we always like to work with, but we quite struggle because of regulatory issues? It's a complex country for us, and like Camila said before, it is important to see how to collaborate with local banks to, either with guarantees or any other instrument, be able to fund different projects and also help us gain capillarity, because like you were mentioning before, for us, multilateral banks, the small size projects are often not that profitable. Okay, there's no doubt that the position of Banobras in the Mexican market is quite privileged. The challenge of bringing capital and funding to local governments of the states and municipalities by the bilateral and multilateral bodies has been big. Banobras has been a historical ally to all this, but the achievements have been quite modest because, from a constitutional point of view, local governments cannot get debts with external banks. And secondly, everything that's got to do with costs, the interest rates, the maturities associated to these resources and these institutions are not necessarily competitive because of the strength of the balance of Banobras and the goal of Banobras, which always wants to improve the conditions of the local governments. Basically, this is our key mission. This is the mission that was the foundation of Banobras at its origin. Well, Banobras has moved from being the top 6 institution in the financial Mexican institution to the 4th. It's gone from top 6 to top 4. the credit represents 60% of our balance sheet, and Manobras will continue to meet that mission and that objective in the coming years. There's no doubt that this is a development lever. There's no doubt that it is one of the strongest business areas for the bank. It's present in the entire country, in all the states, in all the municipalities. From the very beginning of the administration of López Obrador, and now with the continuity that we're going to see in the politics of the government of Claudia Sheinbaum, we will try to reach more municipalities, of perhaps municipalities of lower income, the smallest municipalities. One of our slogan in this new era is that for Manobras there is no such a thing as a small size project, and that is another thing where we find a difference or a challenge, because we want to see how Manobras with CAF, the World Bank, IFC, FDA, how can we all try and collaborate in the development of these projects, perhaps with a set of facilities, with a pool of resources, and with the capacity to technically review. We can provide the technical assessment from Manobras, and perhaps through that we can reach farther. And this is in terms of funding the local government. Now, with regards to development and infrastructures, from medium size to large size, we've been present in pretty much all the priority projects of the previous administration. We want to be in the new administration projects. Some of them will have to be concluded. There will be new ones. We've already identified 100 government actions. And I'd like to focus on the government actions of the new president, who are included in the 100 points program that was published last week. With relation to water. Point 92 is about achieving the cleanliness and sanitation of the 3 most polluted rivers of the country. There we see a big opportunity to understand what was done in El Salvador, and hopefully we'll manage to get a similar structure whereby we can get resources for something that happened yesterday. We also have point 94, which is about generating a circular economy project into Hidalgo. In fact, one of the rivers that we want to clean is the River Tula. We want to build treatment plants and waste recycling plants. We want to use the water from the water treatment plant of Coptoningo to supply the agricultural needs. And with that supply, we would like to be able to use water from the Mezquital Valley to take it to the city of Mexico. We also want to work on a concession program to bring water to all the points of the country. Point 90, that was point 98. 97. Point 98 is covering 200,000 hectares of irrigation. The goal here is to recover flow rate that is currently being used in agriculture in order to meet and guarantee access to clean water in the entire country. And the idea of also projects to recycle water in a lot of other municipalities of the country. All this, as we can see, is present in the concept of water security, and we have also identified 9 immediate work goals in order to perform or go ahead with these strategic points. Organizing the situation, redesign the institutions, which involves reforming the national water law and the issuance of a general water law in order to attend the principles of water security and qualify the human right to water. This is something we're going to focus on. Secondly, the institutional redesign, where we organize administrative needs so that for the concessions, so that we can have a water national plan 2024-2030 aligned with the new institutional framework, the consolidation of legacy projects, projects that we inherit from the previous administration, President Marcos Obrador, and the identification of new strategic projects and priority projects, The intention is to carry out, we believe by the end of November, a large national water agreement with an intervention plan with specific interventions, the creation of a national water fund with modifications to the federal rights law, allowing the creation of a trusteeship to channel the resources for strategic projects and for projects that are executed from the operating bodies, and for the irrigation units with new projects for the water programs that we're going to develop. Also in the strategic plan for the improvement of La Conagua, we think that this increase in the collection of money could go to the water trusteeship so that we can have enough resources throughout these coming 6 years so that we can push the strategic projects. And also we want to review the strategy for prevention and attention to contingencies associated to weather events. This has been very different from the last 6 years, and we understand that we want to once again play a key role, or La Conagua wants to play a key role with regards to all these topics. In order to conclude the first part of the question, the previous administration focused on 11 strategic projects. A lot of resources were allocated to these 11 projects, normally aqueducts, also a project in the north of Mexico to guarantee access to the water in the lagoon, basically other projects. And also a set of changes in the official rules, in the 001 rule for treatment, the 127 rule for drinking water, and the 179, which is to measure the water extraction all throughout its uses, say agriculture, operational bodies, private concessions, measurement basically. And also it would seem that in this administration the goal is to improve the planning operations and reduce the decisions taken by the federal government in terms of politics and where the resources go. I think in the last 6 years we've had modest achievements with regards to water in Banobras. However, they were important in terms of, I don't like to say symbolic terms, but what we managed is that we managed to carry out the first project based on outcomes for the water management body that guarantees or aims to guarantee the operational and financial sustainability of our operational body. We also supported that body to develop a salination plant in the municipality of Los Cabos. So this set of projects was, I think, the only one that we managed to develop in a concept of private-public partnership. This is already under execution, and it aims to maintain the financial and operational sustainability of this managing body. We hope to replicate this project. We also managed to get funding to one of the concessions in the country of about 3 billion pesos for the municipality of Puebla. We also strengthened the technical assistance actions, and we wanted to support in that the local governments. We also have an area focused on providing advice to the operational bodies and the local governments for the strengthening of the commercial efficiencies. And at the beginning of this administration, what we were asked to do by our CEO, which was ratified by the President, Claudia Sheinbaum, we have identified 27 projects, new projects. 3 out of them are very advanced in terms of their development and structuring. We have a desalination plant in the municipality of Rosarito of 200,000 liters per second. That is 10 times larger than the desalination plant in Los Cabos, which is the largest we've managed to develop in Mexico. We also have a project in Hermosillo, and we've been talking about it with la CAF about it. We would really like to collaborate together so that we can get your support for this large project, because it is about developing a mixed business with the participation of the federal government, where FONADIN will be providing support in what can be recoverable. And we'll also like to be part of the social capital of the company for specific purposes, which would deal with the water management in Hermosillo. We'll also like to work on the service area in Hermosillo, which is larger than the one that already existed. We would like to get into that project we would like to therefore join the circular economy projects of water security and warm waters in Querétaro and Chihuahua. There are several countries where we would like to work on water recycling, sending the water to farming, and bring first use water to the cities. That is the challenge that we have in that area. We think there is an option to collaborate with different bilateral and multilateral institutions. We hope to be able to maintain an open discussion and our participation within the coalition of the Water Finance Coalition. We've always insisted that we would like you to see Manobras as a bit of a guinea pig, if we can call it that, in order to help us develop and instrumentalize these projects. And I conclude with this. These projects are not going to necessarily be anchored on the traditional scheme of project financing that was developed since the 90s, that used federal participations of states and municipalities as alternative guarantee for the payment of the projects, because there are more and more federal participation. So we need structures where we can use guarantees, where we can be very creative, where we can definitely strengthen the income generation of the operational bodies, so that we can make sure that projects are sustainable from an operational and financial point of view in the long run.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So to collaborate is said a lot easier than it actually happens. And so the requirements can be seen, as just been mentioned by Carlos. The fourth largest bank in Mexico, 60% of the portfolio are national projects, but for a public development bank like Banobras, and on the other hand, 20 years experience working with national governments with sovereignty guarantees of millions of dollars. So therefore, when we're talking about the multilateral banking, well, we can see if there is an understanding between the risks involved and the competitiveness because the need for financing exists and they're infinite. But as we've said with CODIA, there's a great need for development of bankable projects. So when there's a lot of supply and a lot of demand, well, I think that to a certain extent we can see that there are certain asymmetries with regard to the information at times. So, Camila, based on your experience, how are you seeing the national government's work being promoted? And as you said initially, the ESG and certain, like finance and resource movements. And so what do you think about this for the next few years? I would say that we have a strategy that has 4 or maybe 5 different pillars. The first pillar is to work hand in hand with the World Bank. And that is in several areas. There's one area which is that of the tax decentralization. This is a big challenge we have in Latin America, despite the fact we have cities who have a good level of should we say, tax collections, sound balance sheets, but there's still challenges with regard to the decentralized tax. But this has happened to certain countries due to the crisis caused by, should we say, not strict rules, where the states and the municipalities could get a lot of debt with any checks and balance systems. But I think that there are good practices of how this can be done. We've seen it in the region, and we've seen this in other regions. So I think that's a very important thing to focus on, together with the World Bank and also on the level of the other multilateral lateral banks. So how can we continue to promote this prudently and transparently, i.e. the tax transparency? Also, when we're working with a bank, we can say, how can we achieve an approximation, but phase by phase, where the bank takes part in those national projects that need more financing projects. They help us to strengthen the public accounts, the amounts of money collected, and the taxes. So I think this can be done gradually. And then we can come along with instruments that are increasingly more innovative and more serious. And so there we would, should we say, go into step 2 of this process of going into the actual market to commercial sources of finance. So I think that is the work that needs to be done with the World Bank. But the other thing, which I think sometimes with this data that you were talking about, I think you coincide with the fact that there is capital, but there are not that many projects. So we realize there are very few projects at the subnational level, and there's a great need to support them from the very early stages of the products, about how can we generate a pipeline of projects that are bankable, which would be financed with more, should we say, complex financing. We have 2 instruments. One is that we can help all these entities and to do these APPs and to structure APPs on a subnational level. I think this is a line of support that is very strong, and it's gaining relevance due to the tax situation of the sovereigns, because there are less resources. So how can we develop this through APP schemes or public-private schemes in this project pipeline? Something we've always said is that you can also put up technical support resources to develop projects with our customers, which means that from the very beginning we can include best technical practices, social and environmental good practices, etc. And this is another, should we say, another line of support that's an essential part of the strategy. I talked about the other 2, which is one is related to guarantees. I think that they're going to gain importance and relevance, and I think on the World Bank group of consolidating all our offer of guarantees, I think this is going to be quite powerful for the customers in local currencies.
De la estrategia. Ahora, el tema de...
So when we're talking about the finance resources, which is crucial for the water sector, today we're talking a lot about how the price of water doesn't reflect shortages. And I think this is a very complex issue, and it really requires communication with the community. It requires, I'm sure, to try and offer tariffs that are more associated to the costs of the transactions, but also they need to be very focused because there are certain issues related to whether they're affordable or not. So to be able to say you've got very little revenue to finance some of these projects. So what is important? Whether it's financed with blended finance. So so that we can finalize these projects. So I think this, as a group, we have a climate strategy, and we think the water is very relevant for us, and water resources are very, very important for us, as I've said. And part of our strategy, which goes hand in hand with effort to be able to channel more resources, like for concessions, to be able to relieve a little bit some of the funding needs, and so that some of these projects can be finalized. Yes, at the bank, we always make a correlation between, as our president said this morning, between the intention to be a green bank in the region, but it's possible to be a green bank if if we're not thinking about transport, water, and all the climate financing on a sub-national level, which is what happened in Quito. And as we said, how important it was for the bank to really look at that in detail so that we could develop certain tax relief, etc. So I'm really interested in asking you from the IFD, so you had the first financing without sovereignty guarantee in South Africa. So what experience do you think we can offer from different regions and apply them to Latin America and the Caribbean from the tax point of view, from funding, or from funding instruments, from decentralized fiscal policies? Well, thank you, Nico. Well, I think to answer this question, actually, what we could import from other regions to Latin America, I'm not quite sure if this is very easy to answer, because taking into account that although Latin America isn't the continent where we have more transactions, Africa, for different reasons, is an area with a lot of historical intervention of the IFD. Asia has developed a lot too. Latin America too is still the continent where we have the biggest projects, with in size wise, but there are also smaller projects. So that's one point. And the second point is that despite the fact that the number of projects in Latin America is not very big, we've learned a lot in Latin America. And we have exported from Latin America our experiences to Africa. Recently in South Africa with Johannesburg, we have implemented, or we have developed, a project based on results. So it's a results-based project. And then we have, obviously, the parent company. So this type of project, we had already developed it. And we've worked on it in the city of Barranquilla twice. So 2 loans that we offered to the city of Barranquilla and also to Bogota. So I would say that what we've done in South Africa is what we had done previously in Latin America. So I'd like to say, too, that the capacity that we have to adapt ourselves to the context and also to create innovation in terms of funding is absolutely key. We've talked about guarantees, but I think there's a question that still hasn't been answered, is how do you cover the risk of the local currency exchange rate, which is something that we haven't been able to solve yet. And therefore, I think it's essential to be able to have the capacity to meet banks, national banks, so that they can provide this service or these types of loans in local currencies. So I think Carlos's intervention was very illustrative. Exactly. Thank you very much. Well, we're running out of time, so I'd just like to say thank you very much on behalf of the organization team for your participation in this event, and we hope it will be useful to get to know each other and to work together, and I think we can help all the different countries and regions. So anyway, looking forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Pues Nicolás Mendioró.
Camila Rodriguez, Nicolás Carlos Puente, thank you very much for your incredible contributions, because it's been a highly enriching panel. So it's been helping us to identify how to mobilize financing and how to help all our local governments. Before we continue with the panels this afternoon, in this 10th edition of Water Dialogues, we are pleased to announce the launch of the 4th edition of the MOC on dams and reservoirs. This is the MOOC, which is to help us for water structures that are essential for sustainability. This MOOC is the result of a technical cooperation between Spain through MITECO and CAF, focusing specially on supporting CODIA, which is a platform that gathers together the major players in water in Ibero-America who have experience and knowledge in this industry. So thanks to this alliance, we have achieved incredible progress for water management, so it's more sustainable and more unified in the region. So without further ado, I would like to present the video of this course.
El agua es desarrollo.
Water is good for life and well-being. Water is a crucial asset and is access for the vital cycle of individuals, animals, vegetable species, and all the live bodies, organisms on Earth. Its use and means that throughout the centuries, this human being has developed techniques in order to guarantee its accessibility, solve its cyclical availability, and in order to contribute to global water security, fight global climate change, and promote an inclusive use of water, we develop a set of initiatives that include the work of the government of Spain, a pioneering country in water management. In that framework, 5 years ago, we launched the first edition of the capacity building course, which is a mass and free for dams and reservoirs that counted on the Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge and the Spanish National Committee of Large Businesses. That MOOC counted on over 250 students, and it was of a great interest, particularly with the technical aspects and environmental aspects with regards to a safe building of dams and reservoirs. That after the third course, we wanted to improve it through the incorporation of a new chapter focused on the so-called solutions based on nature, or nature-based solutions, which are basically ecosystemical mechanisms to reduce erosion and the effect of sedimentation of many of the reservoirs of the region. It is for us a pride within the framework of the 10th edition of the Water Dialogues to present this 4th edition of the MOOC of dams and reservoirs. We hope it is of your interest, and we count on a lot of participation, because we want to continue providing skill capacity buildings to all the stakeholders of this topic. A great thank you to everyone.
Pues después de este vídeo.
Well, without all the success rate at MOOC, we would like to ask you to just a quick break before we continue with the next break on water and greener cities, nature-based solutions. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Bueno, hola de nuevo tras esta breve.
Welcome back after this very brief pause. Let's continue with the afternoon session of the water dialogues. Please could you take your seats again and please stay in the room. And as we've said, now we're going to deal with a fundamental issue related to the development on the nature-based solutions. We talk about solutions that don't just strengthen the water security, but also they promote the creation of cities that are more sustainable and better to live in. So we want to reduce the effects of climate change and to improve the quality of life of the urban areas. On this panel, we have with us this afternoon Antonio Morales, who's a specialist on water from CAF. He is going to be here with the following panel members. Verónica Sánchez da Cruz, who's the President Director of the National Water and Sanitation Agency in Madrid. Leonardo Botota, who's the Mayor of Lujan in Argentina. And we hope in a few minutes, Dolores Pascual will join us, who's the Director General for Water at the Ministry for the Transition and the Water Challenges. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being here this afternoon. As Alejandro has just said, we are waiting for the third panel member to arrive, who is Lola Pascual, who is the Director General for Water at the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge. So as soon as Dolores arrives, we will let her join us. For me, it's a true privilege to be here in the 10th edition of the Water Dialogues, and especially to moderate a panel made up with people who are very high level, very relevant people in their specific functions and with great knowledge about the holistic management of water resources. Now, the subject of this panel, I think it's important to say that the nature-based solutions are sustainable, efficient, and I think there's something that's very important that we're going to be talking about, which are normally they're cheaper than to maintain and build the grey infrastructures or traditional infrastructures. So I think there's a good relation between quality, price on the long term. We have reports from different institutions which are highly recognized that say that the grey infrastructures they are 50% more expensive than the nature-based infrastructures. So 50% obviously is slightly less in cities, which is 42%, but it's still a very interesting value. And also, apart from fulfilling their purpose, they provide additional benefits, as we all know, and many of them, gain value over time. They perform a key role to help the communities to face up to climate change, and especially water. They alleviate, or try to alleviate quite successfully, the damaging effects of the extreme weather conditions. Thank you for coming. Excuse me. So I would like to continue to say that the nature-based solutions have the ability to alleviate the damages caused by the extreme water phenomena, which is like flooding and droughts. So flooding. At CAF, we have Angel Cardas this morning, who spoke about a very important project, a very important and relevant project, as I've said. And we're very proud of this project because we have been a major part of the project in relation to defending a city, Lujan, in Argentina, taking into account the floods from the Lujan River, and it's a basin, it's a part of the Buenos Aires northern area, which is a region which has a basin, like so many other basins exist, which is in an urbanized area, and the river banks are obviously close to built-up areas. So, sometimes the water level increases throughout the length of the river. So I think it's very interesting to say this before we start the panel. And now the panel members and all of you we would like to show you a video. It's a 3-minute video, I think, that illustrates what we've done, and I think it puts us in the right context to start this panel that we are going to be starting in a few minutes. So can we watch the video, please? We can't hear very well, but anyway, to say that we think it was the water grew by 4 meters 10, the water level. And it seems that tomorrow it's going to rain again, but we can't see that there's a solution. And as I said, we're right in the center of the town. The water went up 5 meters right in the center of the town. It rained all afternoon, and then there was thunder. And I just couldn't continue to sleep. You know, water was up to my waist. There's been so many floods throughout my life, and 2 or 3, 4 meters high. And, you know, I was standing on my table because I thought, wow, 1 meter 10. The water doesn't come in, but then the water filters through. The water level went up to 5 meters. And then we could see that small stick there. So we're asking the Virgin for a miracle to happen. But people should manage, they should envisage this, and they should ask for loans to try and solve this problem. Can the politicians help us here in Triana? It was like it was a war. So we were wanting for this big building project to happen. You know, the most important thing is to start the processes, because in 2014, 2015, we started a procedure. When the project was presented to CAF, well, it was very visible as a building project that would be transformative. I think this is one of the most noble projects that will be carried out, because politics actually are the politics that will help a city to grow and to progress in the future. I've seen so many floods, lots of public works, and we hope that they get it right this time. They've never done a project that solved this problem. My grandfather used to have a way of measuring the water. So he used to put this stick in a specific part, and he said if the water reached that level, there was going to be trouble. Water is life. Without water, there's no life. Well, you're the mayor of Luján, Don Leonardo. Thank you for coming. Well, you're the best person to explain what the project has meant and what the nature-based solutions have been to fight against these floods. We saw in the video that Luján has faced historically all these enormous problems related to flooding, and we've looked at all the different measures that have been implemented. I would like to hear from you about the increase in the flow and in the specific retention areas. I think they have a special name, and this is the way that you manage the basin of the river Luján. So what are the results? And how do you assess, first of all, the project, and second, the balance between the traditional solutions that we see in the videos and the nature-based solutions for the holistic management of the river? Well, as you saw in the images, they transmit, well, images transmit a lot more than words. So building works have been done along the River Lujan with the help, the financial help of CAF and through the Buenos Aires province. And this literally has changed lives, because we're not just seeing things that are planned, which are bureaucratic. There is a claim, and it was a whole century of flooding, and a century when a city, a third of the city, was built on the river basin area where it was always flooding. There's 150,000 inhabitants. Every 5, 6, 7 years, the flooding happened again. The flow went up, and so the river spilled over. And every 25 years, we have these extraordinary floods. The impact was much worse. You know, it was a very deteriorated area. Nobody invested there. The value of absolutely everything there had gone right down, and something had to be done after a long time. And that, together with the fact that there was a big, can you see the big church there, the National Church of Nuestra Señora de Juan, who's the patron of the Argentinians. It's where people do their pilgrimage to. 7 million people go, every year. So it's very, very symbolic for tourism and on a social level too. So something had to be done. So in 2014, there were 2 enormous floods. So we started the process that they were talking about. First of all, we created a ley, then we got a committee related to the basin, then we had to develop a plan that had a price, but we developed a plan with water specialists, and then we had to try and look for funding, with the complexity related to bureaucracy related to natural resources, because the limits are on the maps, not in the geographies. So therefore, this is a river that goes through a lot of the areas in Buenos Aires. So it's like 13 areas of the city, and there's 7 million people living nearby. So we had to come to an agreement between all the different municipalities. Some of them were worried more, like Luján, because the river goes right through the middle, and in another area, and it went through a rural area, so they weren't worried. But the province, which was responsible for the building work, because the river belongs to the municipality. So there were lots of channels. We wanted to get a great consensus what to pray the river basin law, and then we had to start to do the work. And the work took many years, because the water resources, they started where the river started, right to the river basin. And then we look at the low part of the river basin, and so now in mid-river, should we say now, along the is where we're doing the building work now, and then it will go upstream. So it combines all the different techniques, green, blue, gray, some of the building work, the channeling when the river goes through Luján. There's a lot of important walls that's going to leave parks along the edge of the river, and then we're going to have a dam, so that we're going to have almost a lake that's going to be like 2 meters high. And also in the high part of the basin, we're going to have temporary water retention. So when these enormous storms happened, while they then open like the gates, the sluice gates, so that it can continue to walk down. So once you leave the city, there's one part of the river that's like 10 meters that converts into 50 meters, and these are areas of public use. You know, there's a lot of paths that you can walk along, or cycle paths, or walking paths. And so in the Luján path, that goes along 33 kilometers. So that building work is 135 kilometers long, which is the length of the Luján River. So it's a very big building work. We always say it's the building work of the century, which is transforming us as a city. It's transforming the life of thousands of people. And so people who were used to being flooded continually, so for them it's very important. And as has been said, well, the fact that politicians should do something, as we saw in the video, this time politics, the local politics, the provincial politics, the national politics, and the multilateral finance entity have coordinated themselves to get a project that will really have a before and after. Fantastic. Well, I feel very proud because I've been a part as CAF of this specific project. Well, we'll go back to that later on, but I think there are similar cases in Spain and Brazil and other countries. Well, now I would like to talk to Verónica Sánchez de la Cruz. So she's the President Director of the National Water and Sanitation Agency of Brazil. Welcome and thank you very much for coming here, Verónica. So the National Water Agency in Brazil was created in 1997, and since then it's had an enormous role in everything related to water, and they promoted many policies related to water stem from that. Brazil is a benchmark or a reference point when we talk about water, which is the integral management of water resources. There's been a lot of progress in the management in the basins, and you've also created lots of committees, which are not always that easy to manage in Latin America. So you have implemented bans that have been built up with the participation of lots of players. So the question I have for you, Verónica, is how developed is the application of these nature-based solutions? Are they really integrated into the management of the river basins? Are they easily managed? And also I want to say, what difficulties are you having to be able to apply these solutions? Should we say on a big scale? Not in small scale, but big scale. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank CAF for inviting me to be here today, because I think it's very interesting. As we say, I come from the National Water and Sanitation Agency of Brazil. The agency was created in the year 2000, but since 1997, we have our Water Act, which establishes a shared management with the basins on 3 different levels. Brazil is a federation with 3 levels. We have the federal government, the federal states, which is 27, and we have the municipalities, which are 5,570. So obviously, the institutional part is very important in Brazil, and the management on the basin committees has been strengthened over the last 20 years. Brazil today has 14 enormous hydrographical basins. Of these 14, 11 already have their committees, and they established a very important phase, which is the call for the use of water to users. And we have another 257 basin committees, which are smaller because they're intermunicipality or they're within the federative states. So as I say, these 14 interfederation association, they normally correspond to rivers that go through different federal states. So what is important that there is a sequence followed. So from the diagnosis of the hydrographic basins, we have to see what are the uses of it. Is it for agriculture or industry or public supply? So what are who are the main users of the water? And then we have management that is shared with all the users. So then what we do is we have our hydrographical basin plan, which establishes the priorities for that particular basin, and then we have the implementation with the different resources. Over the last few years, we've been working at the national agency, and our role is to promote all these different debates and to finance the basin plans, because our agencies has federal resources. So we support all the development of the diagnosis and the contracts for the basin plans and the implementation of all the different activities. So to a major extent, sanitation activities have been considered to be a priority, so to make sure we have water availability, but also now related to macro drainage solution to avoid floods like the one we have just seen with the one that the Mayor of Lujan has just showed us. And also we have riverbank parks, or we have what we call these absorbing cities. And also this morning we saw one of the award winnings from San André. They won the CAF prizes. So nature-based solutions are part of our project portfolio in the hydrographic basin. So why is this very important? So we're talking about it's very important for sanitation projects in Madrid. For the last 4 years, the investments have gone up 1,000% from $1 billion, $1 billion per year, which is around $10 million a year for investments in sanitation. But majority or a part of the investments are for the water services and wastewater treatment, but also for investments in the decontamination of rivers, bays, and other care. So we're talking about the Pineros rivers, which are the main rivers in São Paulo, which has 11 million inhabitants. And then we're talking about in Rio de Janeiro, there's a specific bay there. And also La Lagoa's beaches, which is in the northeast part of Brazil. And other similar projects in the Amazonia area in Manaus, which is the capital of the Amazonas area, where the access to sanitation services in the houses, which are wooden, and they are built next to the rivers in the Amazonias area. So what they did is they just let all the wastewater go into the river, which of course caused a lot of health problems, and children development was also affected. And so what we've done is in the sanitation project, we have put conditioning factors of two types. One, environmental, with obligations that the concessionaire, he allowed, or they were going to decontaminate the rivers where they had the better flows. And also, first of all, they had to invest in the areas, the urban areas that were irregular, should we say. So in Rio de Janeiro, they've done an enormous investment in the favelas, these famous favelas in the slums in Rio de Janeiro and in São Paulo in the suburban areas. And now with the Chaves project, which started about a month and a half ago. So this is one of our priorities at the moment. In the north area, which is the Amazonias, we have invested a lot in what we call these palafitas. In other projects in the northeast area of Brazil, we have other important investments. And the major result is an improvement in the quality of water availability for all users. So when they do investments in a constant manner, so when you've got the public and private sector involved, what we've seen in Brazil in the last 4 years since we've changed the law for sanitation, we've seen very important investments, which shows us extraordinary results with regard to the quality and availability of water, not just in the rivers, but also when we're talking about the vulnerability of the beaches in the northeastern area in Madrid. And we want to achieve our goal, which is the universal water service and also the treatment of wastewaters. So this is our plan in Brazil. Obviously, certain states are more advanced than others. And I think the challenge that we've given to the governors in Brazil is that they have to compete amongst themselves to see who is going to make the services more universal first. So we have São Paulo, Paraná, and we'll have to see which of the three. So all three have committed to me that they are going to fulfill this challenge before 2029. So I hope we can see these results very soon in Brazil. I'm sure we'll see this. And also your explanation I really liked, because maybe we can coin a new term. I talked about the nature-based solutions, but you have increased the concept, talking about the stilt houses or for the slums, or even person-based solutions. So I think it's very interesting. So maybe we can talk and offer a few more examples on this later on. So now let's move on to the third person, who is Maria Dolores Pascual Lola, who is a Director General for Water at the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge here in Spain. Welcome, Lola. I would like to ask you a question which is obviously more related to Europe, with a definition from the European Commission that's defined nature-based solutions as solutions and challenges to what society has to face that are inspired and backed by nature, which are profitable and provide also environmental, social, and economical benefits, and they increase our resilience. First of all, I assume that you're in agreement with this. And then I would like to ask you, how do you assess the application of these type of solutions in the European context, and more specifically to Spain? And what will be the main challenges to improve or to make sure that these nature-based solutions won't be unique, they will be probably more frequent? Well, good afternoon, first of all. Thank you very much for inviting me here this afternoon. It's a true pleasure to be here. I've been to previous editions of the Water Dialogues, and I really think it's a possibility of offering experiences from many different countries. I'm sorry I was late because I was told that we were going to start earlier than expected, so I rushed here, and I hope I wasn't too late. Well, I think that the European Union has established priorities for nature-based solutions in general, and their application in Europe and their application in Spain, without detriment to the fact that they could be considered a success. But obviously we still have a lot of challenges to overcome. I would say as an introduction that what is fundamental with regards to nature-based solution is the multi-objective nature of them. You can't just assume to find a single solution, or they're not exclusive, but from my standpoint, I think you have to work in coordination with others. As the Luján representative said, some are green, some are blue, some are grey solution. So it's a complement for other types of solutions. But I think that over the last few years, Spain specifically, as well as Europe, we have opened up to the area of action to fight against floods. With regard to the European Union's definition, they have to be profitable, but you said their nature-based solutions need less investment, and they tend to need lower maintenance and less, conservation of traditional infrastructure. But I also think that these nature-based solutions that on many occasions should we say, the recovery or going back to the practices of things that were happening in local communities. So once they're understood by the local population, they tend to be accepted better. It's true that nature-based solutions don't solve flooding. They don't solve water security problems. So we just can't think that nature-based solutions by themselves can solve all our problems. But what I do think, and I think this is the objective of the European Union, that it's a necessary complement, and I would say even a perfect complement, for other solutions that have been developed on a broader basis. Obviously, normally they have a local benefit, but I would say that the most important benefit is that the local population, the people who live along the riverbanks, are aware that they also can have an influence on the behavior of the rivers, but obviously positively. So once the local populations and the municipalities along the riverbanks, and when they see the deterioration of all the river areas, and when they see that there are certain activities that aren't particularly expensive and they don't need a lot of technical complications, and they can do them themselves or in collaboration with the administration. So I think that's probably the best result, because the ability that each and every one of us have to improve our own small local environment. The European Union have established them as a priority in the regulation that has just been approved at the European Union for the recovery of nature, they talk constantly about nature-based solutions as a fundamental element for water security, for recovering the flow, fighting against climate change, fighting against flooding. So they're giving a message to the member states within the European Union that they should be used as soon as possible. In the case of Spain, and I think possibly due to our Mediterranean climate, the fact that the rivers, well, they say they're not rivers, but they consider that they are ravines, but they have to look for defensive mechanisms alongside the road banks. Sometimes these are grey infrastructures, but a lot of work's been done to regulate, I don't know, the reservoirs. But I think there's been a lot of negative consequences related to things that have been done up to now. And so I think this can be solved, but to a certain extent, but not fully, by nature-based solutions. I could say that since 2005, with the first strategy to restore our rivers, and then we introduced elements that were based on nature-based solutions. And so there's been a lot of investment here in Spain for solutions of this type, which are giving very good results. But apart from that, I think the challenges left to apply nature-based solutions are possibly stem from the different types. For example, Spain has very good professional people, and they've got a long tradition in developing hydraulic infrastructures. Well, I think these type of solutions don't have the same basis. And the technical applications using tools, using protocols, using technical guides are still to be developed.
And then I think that the acceptance of local society has advantages and pros and cons, basically, particularly in Spain. We have examples where the society, the river municipalities, because of the river understood as a risk, they look and they want more traditional solutions. But once we have made sure that river municipalities understand that these solutions can contribute to the fluvial recovery and the fight against floods, I think because at the end they are more or less sophisticated practices of what used to be done traditionally, they end up accepting them as their own, and they even maintain them. Totally agree. I think we are on the same line in that the nature-based solutions are a complement. Where we can combine it with green, gray, blue, and everything. But I think there's a very interesting report that was published in 2003 by the PNUD UNOS and the University of Oxford. And it actually mentioned that the combination of nature-based solutions with other type of infrastructures that are well compensated, and if that is done, they get to impact on the 79% of the Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, perhaps that combination is the state of the art that we should actually aim for. So I think that we all aligned in that. And I will also like to now give the floor to Mr. Leonardo, because if there is something unique here in Luján, is that it is a slow solution. That means the population have to make it their own, but at the same time, because of that period of time, it can have an impact that goes beyond the action itself because of how they make it their own. I've been lucky to visit the Luján church last year, and it is a really emblematic place in Argentina, and it's with a lot of pilgrims. And do you think that apart from adding a solution to the key problem, which is flooding, You think in time, the implementation of these solutions, you were talking about some corridors on the margins so that people can enjoy it and everything. So add that permeability to the river, integrating the river into the life of the citizens, providing ecosystemic services ultimately. Do you think that tomorrow, in the future, that could be an additional attraction? That means people may want to visit Luján because of the church, but also because of all that fluvial area that is so extraordinary that you may end up creating. What do you think? Yes, absolutely. We're talking about adequating the flow. What we're doing with the CAF is the 100% coverage of current water in supplying water to Luján and all the municipalities that are involved, and treatment plant for local waste. And we also want to reach total coverage of sewage in the densely populated areas. In the rural areas, this is not justified. Now, these works are of multimillionaire type of works, and we're mobilizing all those through this project, and that is very good, therefore. There's also a new perspective. So once the works are finished, at least we hope that this will take between 10 to 12 months. We can conclude this work. Then we face a new challenge, which is maintenance, right? So all these work that we're going to do, all these new box that we're going to add into the Luján River so that it doesn't overflow, so that it can flow. If we don't have maintenance here, we'll go back to the beginning, to the starting point, if we don't maintain it. So we're working with the Luján National University. We are studying with some technical experts what species we are going to be able to install within this box, so that it doesn't turn into a forest in some time. So how we generate resources for maintenance, right? Let's think that we're talking about 33 kilometers in the Luján municipality, but then we have to maintain the 135 kilometers throughout all the municipalities. So that is a very big challenge. We are seeing how we can naturally, with the small intervention possible, we can maintain. When the work is finished, we experiment a bit, but this is a challenge that we've been working with the Cuenca committee, and we'll have to provide a universal kind of response, because if a party supports it and the other one doesn't, the maintenance, then we will not get anywhere. The management of natural resources, the management of these type of water resources forces us to have a management unit that allows us to achieve the success of all this project. Well, I understand that this can also be an added value to the region, right? Yes, of course, it can now be associated to the works, and we're now, all the surrounding areas are becoming more valuable. We're going to get the old riverbank of Luján, which had been deteriorated in the last decades. There's an important private investment on it. In the 6-7 months, we hope to launch the first section of the new riverbank of Luján River, but at the same time we're generating a green corridor for recreational activities, for sports, for tourism, and that will be very important. We will have a long diagonal line of 33 kilometers. Now we're working on the actual box, but 12 kilometers of those 33 kilometers are going to have some kind of infrastructure for the tourist use of the area. So the idea is, as I said, to be able to use the entire corridor, which is the new green corridor of the municipality. It's like a diagonal line that crosses the municipality by the river. So what used to be a threat, as we saw in the video, today we hope it will become a success. Yeah, it's about turning a need into an opportunity, right? And I also like to ask Veronica, because we've already said that nature-based solutions are desirable, they're sustainable, but they must be combined with other things. Lola mentioned it. At the beginning, these works are difficult to be sold to the citizens. Some people want a gray infrastructure because they think that will be an immediate solution. That other way of creating infrastructures that is probably slower, I could even say there is a more exotic way, But because of how they are, they require some kind of coaching approach with the citizens. So how do you work on the consensus with the government in Cuenca, with the businesses, with the citizens? And also, Leonardo talked about it too. I asked him, what financial incentives do you think about? Do you think financial incentives are important for these kind of things? Could they be direct financial incentives, or tax incentives, or indirect incentives, perhaps, with some touristic use or something like that? How do you do it? How do you approach this from the national authority? Well, first of all, I think it's important to clarify that, as we heard this morning, Brazil and a great deal of the Latin American countries have a big challenge with regards to this of developing their infrastructures to prevent extreme climate events. So the nature-based solutions, or the green solutions, are very positive, are very welcomed by the citizens, because the green infrastructure side is not fully developed. Therefore, projects that incorporate both types of infrastructures are very welcomed by the population and local governments, and also by the national government. So I think there is a great opportunity here to provide resources and solutions for these combined solutions. So they're not just blue, green, or gray solutions. It's a set of solutions that are actually going to finally or ultimately bring a response to the extreme events that we're experiencing. So just like the mayor of Luján mentioned before, in a lot of the cities, the river is seen as a threat. Well, this year in Brazil, I think it had a very strong impact. There was an extreme weather event in the south of the country, in Porto Alegre, which is the capital of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, which is closer to Buenos Aires than to São Paulo, for example. But there was a flood that lasted like a month, because it is 3 river basins that end up in a bay. And this has a unique exit into the sea, which is many kilometers away. So the city was underwater for like a month. The level of the river reached 5.35 meters high. This is the second worst. The first one was in 1941, the second worst flood. So this city was 4 or 5 meters below water for a month. Obviously, the social and economical impacts were horrible. It was estimated in about $20 billion of economic impact, because it wasn't just concentrated on a city, but on a third of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, with impacts in agriculture, industry, commerce, businesses, cities that were completely lost and destroyed because of the strength of the water. And it was a weather event that was extremely strong, and we monitored it in our agency. We monitored 23,000 points in all the rivers of Brazil, and a lot of shared river basins shared with the Amazonic countries, the countries of the Silver Way, and so on. And in Porto Alegre, which is the city, they had a gates system from the 60s with 14 of these sluice gates, and some of them worked for a few years, but because of the lack of investments on maintenance on these sluice gates systems, they didn't work. So a lot of these pumps and a lot of these sluice gates didn't work. Sluice gates. These sluice gates didn't work because of the lack of maintenance. So it was like a frustration of investments that happened in the 70s, but because we stopped prioritizing the maintenance, and then they didn't work when they had to work. So we have developed a concept in Brazil very recently. It's the concept of water services. What does that mean? Well, the population must be aware of the fact that these are infrastructures that provide a relevant service to the society, like macro drainage systems, water storage systems and fluvial parks and so on, and they need to be maintained adequately. So what we are saying is that that rate, charging for those systems must be incorporated to the water rate and the wastewater treatment rate fee, because that will significantly contribute to avoiding the consequences of extreme weather events. In some cities, that has already been incorporated into projects. I mean, the water fee and the wastewater treatment fee already incorporates all these systems, drainage systems, and so on. But this is not happening at a national level. But this concept is therefore important because it doesn't matter, and we have a lot of examples, it doesn't matter if we have dams, we have dams in the northwest region of the country that were built 20, 30 years ago, and they haven't got resources for their adequate maintenance. So if we don't have the adequate resources to make sure that these infrastructures continue to provide the services in a safe and efficient way, then they don't serve for anything. So we have this challenge to guarantee sustainability, not just environmental and social sustainability, but also financial and economic sustainability of those resources. And the next projects already incorporate that concept. So this is a transposition, as an example, is the transposition of San Francisco River, which is over 477 kilometers that take water to the semi-arid area of the northeast of Brazil. These are works that already incorporate the charge for the use of that infrastructure for the population because they provide a relevant water resource. That's very interesting. There are other countries, for example, in Peru, where the water fees actually consider some of these systemic events. I don't think that's the case in Spain, but I think it's a reasonable incentive. At least it's good to have a little bit of a percentage allocated to that maintenance. Now, back to Spain, because of our geography, we have droughts and floods that affect us cyclically. I get the feeling that we normally treat with more intensity the downstream of the rivers, and we tend to forget the upstreams of the rivers, and they need to be protected, as you know, and they're probably crucial with regards to preventing floods and runoffs and things like this. So I'd like to ask you, how do you think these works are going to work on improving these upstreams, to protecting these upstreams regions? And is there any specific line to promote these kind of actions, particularly with regards to the upstreams of the rivers, the beginning of the rivers? Yeah, very rightly, the floods in Spain have been the worst weather event in terms of risks throughout our history. And precisely because we are experts on floods and droughts, but also as a consequence of the evolution of the community directives for the prevention of floods, there is a planning model for floods in Spain through a royal decree that previews the whole planning process that at the end of the day has the results of the risk management plans associated to flooding. These risk management plans associated to flooding, we're now on the second cycle of all those, they incorporate as an application of the restoration of rivers strategy that I mentioned before, they incorporate a plurality of measures that are based on nature. It is true that the recovery and these plans, we have great infrastructure, but for example, a very significant initiative here is that every confederation, as part of their risk management plan, they have to have a cost-benefit assessment for those not green infrastructures. So they have to consider, and this is a way of prioritizing the nature-based solutions, they're all profitable, because we know that there are some gray solutions that may not be profitable, so they need to be justified in the flood risk management plans. Now, these plans have all types of actions, but more than anything, with regards to nature-based solutions, they can include 600 million euros in all the Spanish river basins that are of responsibility of the state administration. And that is a formula that is being developed all throughout the water river basins through individual risks. And as I said at the beginning, they have a multi-objective associated to them, improving the state of water masses to meet the water directive, the prevention of floods in order to meet the flooding directive of the European Committee, the recovery of habitats, and therefore the recovery of biodiversity in order to meet the prescriptions of the Habitats Directive, the Abyss Directive. So it's not just about a good management of the river and a good management of the water, it was also good management of the habitats and also the focus on preventing floods. This management plan for flood risk, we've been lucky enough to have a very good addition of community funds through the Next Generation funds that have been that are materialized in the recovery and resilience plan of Spain, and that has supported quite noticeably all these type of actions that were included in the flood risk management plans, because there is a line of action that is promoted and is prioritized by the European Union, and which incentivizes these kind of actions and river recovery. And because thanks to those funds, we've been able to develop, and we're actually developing a lot of those projects. About 350 million euros are already being used by the water confederations. Through sectorial conferences, we also transferred about 75 million euros to the autonomous communities. And we've also developed subsidy lines for municipalities so that they can act on fluvial recovery on the urban section. These are municipality competencies, and therefore that is a way to carry out these type of actions that give the city back the possibility to get close to the rivers, just like in Luján. It's not just about improving the situation with regards to floods, but also a space, natural space is recovered, and it can be used for leisure, the leisure of the public. Now, a specific project, I think it's absolutely crucial either way to have the vision of river basin unit. We have to apply the same criteria to the entire river. The river has the same behavior, and therefore we have to have a unique criteria for it all. It is true that the actions at the top of the river are very relevant, but it's also true that with regards to flooding, the top of the rivers are normally not very populated. So at the end of the day, the meted parts and the end parts of the rivers is where more population meet, and is therefore where the personal damages or economic damages could be more impactful. So either way, acting in those sections is important. There have been very relevant projects. I think from my point of view, one of the most relevant ones, and it's not the only one, but has been and still is the Ebro resilience in the mid part of the Ebro River in Spain. That is a comprehensive project, a holistic project in all the mid part of the Ebro River, which has had recurrent floods from many years ago, and because it's a fertile region, the population developed a lot around there. And so therefore that population is at risk. And because of the climate change, because of the organization of all that flooding area, the Ebro River is now behaving differently in this mid-section. It's very different from 50 years ago. Because of all that concentration of population, it has also perpendicular infrastructures and some modification structures, but also regulation structures that diminish the risk. But the aim of that project, we said it before, was, you said before, we needed to do something to decrease the risk. But that project required a coordination, and it needed to apply the same criteria for the 270 kilometers that we're talking about. That it went through different autonomous communities, Navarra, La Rioja, and Aragon. So the territorial administrations must be part of the project, as well as the local entities. But we have looked for solutions that might have been very innovative. The goal was that the river became an ally and not necessarily a threat that we needed to defend against. It is true that we still maintain and strengthen traditional systems like protection walls on the margins, but the idea is to add more capacity for the water to evacuate from the river, and also new ways of managing the river so that we find that balance that we want between the economical activities and the respect for the fluvial ecosystems. I think it is a model that can be replicated in other river basins. It requires quite a lot of investment, but we've already seen some outcomes in the last Rio Ebro flooding event, and it's also showing to protect the population living around there. So this is important for Spain, and it's an example of our country, and we see that bit by bit this is being accepted by the local population. And I think that we first have to have a very detailed assessment of the problem. Sometimes the problems that we see in the rivers don't necessarily have an immediate solution. I mean, we may have a flooding problem, but the cause of the problem is upstreams. So acting where the flood happens may not have a real impact. So I think in Spain we've also developed an improvement of the knowledge of the river dynamics. It's not that we didn't have the capacity before or the means, but it wasn't a priority. Therefore, the river behavior, the sediments, the behavior of the river in case of droughts, the development of vegetation and so on, knowing all that improves the development of any solution. That on the one hand, but on the other hand, including the local population and the local authorities is important, involving them in the decision-making processes. We also have technology that allows us to simulate what could be the best solution. And in that specific case, like in many other river basins, that is what has allowed population to get convinced about the solution. We show them modeling samples of what would happen. And the local population has also been able to contribute. It's true that they don't look for the solution, but they do contribute with knowledge, history, experiences that have, in some cases, helped us to improve the solution designed by the technicians. And I think the systems that we have now in place in the different administrations allow us to choose the best solution and allow us to get the local population to understand what's being done. So the combination of improving the knowledge and the knowledge of the river, and also the technology implementation, the modeling that allows the population to know what is going to be done, has given good outcomes. And we still are aware of the fact that the grey infrastructure is necessary, but I think it can be very necessarily complemented by other type of solutions. Well, that's good. I'd really like to see the work. It would be quite a good exchange so that you could show the Ebro work to our guests or people coming from Latin America. They may learn from it. We have 5 minutes left now. In summary, and I'd like to share a question with you now, to all of you. This being said, these are the nature-based solutions are sustainable, are profitable. They should be a complement to other type of infrastructures and so on. I think it also promotes a more holistic approach. Basically, in the past, as you said, we used to study the river itself, but not the interaction with the environment or the surroundings of the river. So I think these are measures that also must be shared with the population, and the population must be convinced. But if we get there through technology, I think they are indestructible because they take ownership. Population take ownership, but still there's a long way to go. And I'm gonna ask you one more thing, so that in this last 5 minutes you can answer. So do you think we have enough political leadership in order to have powerful regulations that do put on the table these kind of solutions. So we were talking about financial incentives before. Do we actually have financial incentives? Not just a fee of any kind. I don't know. The natural capital. Will it one day through these solutions become profitable? Can it become an accounting asset for any government? I don't know. For example, could we one day think about public procurement where the nature-based implementations could be more incentivized so that businesses could aim to have those solutions? What do you think? What's your idea? Well, how do you see this? What do you think we could still work on in order to have, a path to follow? Who wants to break the ice?
I think that nature-based solutions are the only way forward, taking into account the effects of climate change in terms of water security. In Brazil, we published a study recently on the impact of the possible scenarios for global warming in the Brazilian territory and the north area, which is the Amazon area, and another semi-arid area in Brazil. They're going to intensely suffer climate change, some with more droughts or longer droughts, and the other with more intense flooding and more concentrating flooding in shorter periods of time. I see that there is a need for funding for solutions that are focused not on just the adaptation of the cities so that they're more resilient to these extreme events, but also for activities that are focused on protecting the top ends of the river. So we have to see how 80% of our water resource in the Amazon areas and in the south and the southeast areas, they have water shortages in 2024. So the projections are that in 16 years, the water availability in Brazil will be redistributed for agricultural areas, and water, like any other human activity, is essential. So today what we're seeing in Brazil are private investments in alternatives for water catchments in the springs or in maintaining area or try to produce water. We've got a program which calls a water production plan. We've got 72 projects throughout the country, and so we're investing for payment for environmental services for people who participate in them to protect springs and to refill the aquifers. And so for agriculture and for industry, this is the future, because otherwise we're compromising the agricultural capacity. And Brazil feeds 20% of the world. And also we produce a lot of drinks and many other uses. Anything to say, because time's run out? Well, I just wanted to say that in the European environment, it's very clear from the legislation standpoint and from the financial standpoint, water-based solutions that allow for the recovery of the environment or the rivers or any other resources. I think it's all very clear. But from the private standpoint, I think that more social awareness for recovering the rivers and to preserve the environment in general. I think that private companies and private sector should look to see how they can improve their reputation through social responsibility by investing in projects of these characteristics. And I think that the private sector can, and in fact it is interested in financing these type of actions, which will increase in the future. And in general, between the public side and the private side, I think there's something which is very important as a reputation as a country to try and see for the best conservation of natural resources and water security, which is a concept that we've introduced in the European regulation, and in Spain it's considered to be a citizen's right. Okay, well, I think that time's run out. We've had enough time. So Leonardo, I will speak in the future privately. Lola, Veronica, thank you very much. And I would like the audience to give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pues Antonio Morales.
Okay, Antonio Morales, who's a specialist in water at CAF, and all the panel members, thank you so much for your very valuable contributions. Have shown how important it is to integrate nature into the cities to build a more resilient future and a more sustainable future. And just to bring an end to today's debates, what we're going to do now is talk to something that's very important, which is data management and the technological innovation in decision making. In this panel, we're going to show how the new technologies and innovative solutions are transforming water management, improving the efficiency, and ensuring the sustainability in the use of our water resources. This very important debate will be moderated by José María Blasco, who is the Director of Infrastructure, Healthcare and ICT at ETHEX, and it will be also have the following panel members. Patricia Hernández, General Manager of the Mexican Association of Water Companies. Vicente Fajardo, General Manager of Global Omnium, Aguas de Valencia. And Victor Arroyo, the Director for Spain, Portugal and Latin America from IL Utilities. So when you're ready, please would you like to come up and take your seats?
Pues animo a los panelistas a que me acompañen.
So could the panel members please come and take their seats?
¿Qué tal, Víctor? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. Bueno, que no te ha dado la mano. Hola. Patricia, encantado. Encantado. Muy bien. Bueno, pues...
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I've only just arrived, so I'm afraid I'm not part of the dynamics this year of the water dialogues, but I have been to them. I've been present at many other editions, so I'm going to talk about my words to then give the floor to our panel members for this panel related to automation innovation for water efficiency and data management technology invitation. So I'd like to thank CAF for inviting ETHEX and me from ETHEX, but anyone from the Department of Water at ETHEX could be here, because this is an example of commitment. CAF and ETHEX collaborate together, which we do on issues not so much on water, but we love the water dialogues, but in innovation and technological entrepreneurship, innovation of cooperation to make the different players in contact with other for the different ecosystems. For us, all of this is very important. Data management in the water sector. I think this is key. It's a key for the present times, but it's also a key for the future with regard to efficiency and providing better service to the consumers in work, specialized employment, more collaboration between the different stakeholders in the ecosystem, which I have here today with representation of people from water companies, a utilities company, people from a consultancy that connects people together and looks for collaboration between different players in the ecosystem. And I'm very comfortable in this type of panels with all these different representatives. I'm going to introduce Patricia Hernández, as a General Manager of the Mexican Association of Water. Mexico's also Vicente Fajardo, General Manager of Global Omnium, Aguas de Valencia, and Victor Arroyo, Director of Spain, Portugal, Latin America, utilities. I'm not going to introduce them in detail because they will do it themselves, but I'd just like to say that I'm delighted to be here in a panel with Mexico, because ISEX, amongst its promotion of international collaboration with regard to water, especially with regard to innovation, well, with Mexico, we develop more activities. I don't know if it's been 2 or 3 of the last year and a half, to show how we can distribute these activities all over the world. So it's a true pleasure to have a Mexican representative on this panel this afternoon. And as I say, it's Aguas de Valencia, I think, is a fantastic company regarding digitalization and you showed your Go Hub and Hydrex and all these other startups that you have in your incubator, which is Global Omnium. And obviously, we and Isle Utilities, we collaborate with them on a timely basis. They've had a lot of innovation with the UK and with Italy, so I'm delighted to share this panel with you. So please introduce yourselves and your company briefly, because then we're going to go straight to the questions. And could you share with the audience, what does it mean for you to put the data in the center in the holistic water cycle? At iThix, we put data right in the middle of everything. Sometimes it's a real headache. We know it's efficient and it's going to generate good results, but it makes us change the way we're working in an agency to promote the internationalization of Spanish companies. So can you answer in the first question, as professionals in the water sector and putting the data in the middle, what does it mean for the sector? And can you introduce yourself and where you work? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be very brief because I know it's been a very long, successful day. I'd like to thank CAF for inviting me. I'm the general manager of the Mexican Association of Water Companies, and we integrate all the operators, the utilities, who are responsible for water and sanitation in Mexico, and our members offer service to over 100 million inhabitants. Mexico, due to the constitution, the utilities, which we call them the operators, they depend on the municipalities. So we've got over 1,300 formal operating institutions. And if we add that, the water directorates, the municipal councils, we're over 2,400 on a national level. So you can imagine the challenge we have as a country to be able to manage these water services, these sanitation services in Mexico. And with regard to data, to make decisions based on information which allows to predict and to generate actions before, during, and after events. So to envisage events is very important. So to gather data in real time for flows, for the water quality, water use, so to generate these predictive analysis so that we know what area has more water demand, so to have a better management and efficient management of water. Because we've been in international news due to the extreme droughts we've experienced, and also in urban areas like Monterrey and even in the Mexico DC. Something else that we think is fundamental when we're talking about data treatment is transparency. Unfortunately, in our country, we have bad beliefs that the utilities are not that transparent in how they manage the finances. To be able to have these platforms that allow us to be transparent with citizens, it will give us this opportunity to generate a more participatory management. And citizens have to understand why they have to pay for water. In our constitution, we have a right to water. Many people think that water should be free and it shouldn't be paid for, because it comes, we have it in our homes. So this is why we use this information related to digitalization, so that citizens can know exactly how the operating bodies manage it, or how the utilities manage it, and how the water gets to our houses and how the water is treated. We think all this information is essential. As a last point, I think when we're talking about data treatment, I think that transformation of how we generate this information, and when we're talking about strategic decisions too, is important. As I say, it's fundamental. If we're making decisions that generate the optimization, and also at a certain point, like I already mentioned, which is so important about the one we are now in our country. So I think that's sufficient for my introduction. Yes, of course. Thank you, Patricia. Vicente. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank CAF for inviting us to be here today. I am Vicente Bajando. I am General Manager of Global Omnium, which is known much more as Aguas de Valencia. We've been going for 30 years now. We work with digitalization, and we are a private company. We work in over 200 supply places, and we have water treatment plants. Well, we work with data a lot. For the last 15 years, when we did our digital transformation, but we weren't quite sure what this would be with the meters. But I think if you focus on the data in the centre, I totally agree with that. But why? Well, because unfortunately we have a lack of investment in our sector, and so therefore we have to make real-time decisions related to global climate change, which are very important. So sometimes 15 years ago, when we used to do meter readings in Valencia, well, now, as we say, we have 1.2 million meters. And so, we used to read them in every 2 or 3 months. And so the meter readings, well, the ones that we have are 800,000, but we have about 5 million readings per year. So we have, I think you said 19,000 readings per day, these meter readings. So obviously digitalization is not just installing a meter. What you have to do is to know how to manage them. So have the professional management of the information we get for the city council, for the municipal groups, and also for citizens. And I think this is essential. This is done in real time. It's based on facts, and it can be we've gone from being reactive to proactive, because at the end of the day, it allows you to anticipate the fact that you can be more efficient. And the costs in the market where costs go up because we have a lot of labor costs involved. And this is essential, all this. But as far as citizens are concerned, I think to have data is very important. It's transparency, as you've mentioned. I think it's essential, as has been said, because apart from being transparent, I think in general, and we speak about this amongst themselves, but we need to make citizens aware, because I think the problem is because money doesn't necessarily help us, because what we need is it to rain. So therefore, if it doesn't rain, we need a lot of money. So thanks to the data that we have to get closer to the citizens so they understand not what water costs, because in Valencia or in water, I think it's 1.29 euros cubic meter. So it's not expensive in Spain, but they have to say, thanks to the data, we know what the value of water is, so they can understand that they need to make investments, because otherwise we're not going to be able to, face climate change. So the more data, the more measurements, because as we say, we have to discount all this. And I think data is important for the operators and for citizens. But growth is not good if it's not productive. So I think data, I say, have to be on both sides of the fence. Thank you very much, Vicente. Victor? Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank CAF for inviting me to this session today. I'm very happy with this event. Some of you know that I worked for CAF a few years ago, until a few years ago. And that was when we started the idea to connect Latin American water problems or issues with Spain, and that's where we got the idea to organize these water dialogues. And now it's the 10th edition of the water dialogues. So I'm really happy to be here today. I'm so grateful, CAF, for having invited me to be here to participate in what I would call like a nice party. I'm Victor Arroyo. I used to work for CAF. Now I work for a company called IL Utilities. It's a company which is a consultancy company. It's focused on the support for innovation and to adopt technology in the water sector. We work with a very big network. We're a global company. We've got 10 offices worldwide, from the US to Asia Pacific. 150 people work for us. We have a network of water companies that's very important. We work with Global Omnium, we collaborate a lot with them, which means that we have this position of being able to understand what's going on in the different markets with regard to innovation and the types of technology available, and that is what we are focusing on mainly. With regard to data, digitalization, well, for me, I totally agree what's been said by Jose, but I would like to add a bit more color to this debate. I think that the last disruption in the water sector, and a very strong disruption, is data. Traditionally, water companies are very traditional, very conservative due to the nature of the service they're offering. They don't have the ability to initially understand what digitalization was. That probably more corresponds to, computer experts. But they weren't working for the water companies initially. And Vicente, I'm sure you can agree with me on that. But they had to face a clash of civilization between traditional engineers and civil and traditional engineers, young people, IT people with crazy ideas that came along to offer these new things to a company. But the company wasn't understanding that at the time. And so we're in a different phase. We progressed, big examples, Global Omnium, for example, or other companies that have been progressing. And so these two communities start to understand. So they're starting to improve the supply, and now they're collaborating and understand each other. And so people who introduce digitalization into the companies now really understand what the challenges for water companies are, and the other way around. What are the challenges to develop digitalization tools so that they can be adopted to the needs for the water companies? Wow, thank you very much for that first round. Now let's move on. Now let's talk a little bit more. Well, Vicente talks a little bit about Spain, but let's know about how this is in Mexico. I don't know if this teaching, but this progress in digitalization in the water sector in Mexican companies. So, Patricia, what I wanted to know, what is the degree of maturity, digital maturity in the utilities that are part of your association? What are the limitations? And are there any barriers? I'm sure there are, because there are barriers everywhere. What do you propose, or what is being done so that this is more involved in the society in Mexico? Well, the level of digital maturity of the utilities, the water utilities in Mexico, depends on the region, as well as the availability in our country changes between north and south. So the utilities who are more digitalized, obviously, are in the metropolitan areas. We're talking about the Monterrey, Mexico, DC, Puebla, and other countries. These are the operating mechanisms who have progressed more on adopting new technologies. And also there are utilities, the small and medium-sized ones. For example, we have Saltillo, which is operated by Global Omnium, which is a mixed association. So it's a private-public partnership, but we're very advanced in digitalization due to the technology transfer that exists between Mexico and Spain. But we also have the contrast of the rural areas where there isn't even a plan of the conduits, of the pipes. And so people bang on the floor and say, oh, that's where the valve is. So there's a big contrast in our country. And also there's another important point to highlight, and I think that's related to the digitalization aspect, which is how many workers exist per outlets. So we have the utilities, one in Monterrey, the Aguas de Monterrey, which the architect, which has got 3.1 operators for every 1,000 connection point. Others have 14 operators for thousands of the connection points. So some areas have got more digital maturity where the processes are more efficient. But we believe that all this, we believe the comparison is important. So the factors that have an impact on the digital maturity, one is related to the problems we have in Mexico from what I've heard today. So in some of the other countries in the region, is the issue related to the rotation of the executives in the companies. In Mexico, we have elections to be mayor, and so that means that the director of the utility is changed. So we normally have 1.5 years is how long the director exists at the utility company. So this has a big influence on the digitalization, because each time you get a new process and you get a new director, digitalization goes a step backwards. We have tried this in several attempts with Victor to implement technologies, but this is one of the points. Another one is related to investment. Obviously, we need investment to be able to invest on digitalization. And these are amounts that are much higher than what the organizations can pay. So we hope that all these new building works and projects that Carlos Puente have been talking about, we think that they should go hand in hand with digitalization. Everything that's done, all this new infrastructure should be accompanied with digitalization, which gradually can be integrated into other systems. In short, in Mexico, I don't want to say that we are lagging behind, but let's say that there's a lot of opportunity available for this. And I think, in short, that we need allies for the knowledge transfer to be able to implement new things and to reduce costs. We think that if we set up in different operating mechanism, this technology can be promoted. And the fact that whether we implement 1 or 100, well, obviously the implementation cost will be cheaper. So then, as an association, we think that is very important. And what we're working on at the moment is related to the skilling. We need to skill people with innovation of new technologies. We work with the World Bank, with the International Development Bank, and also with the skilled department at CAF. So what we want to do is to disseminate what is being done in other regions, so to be able to choose good practices and implement good practices in our country, we're working with all these other institutions. So we need to really know what to do with the information, because all of a sudden we have the data, but we're not quite sure how to implement them. What we're doing is monitoring droughts, focused on the different companies. We have a national drought follow-up department, but we're not quite sure how to transfer the information, because we have the technology, we have all the different systems, and we have implementation manuals, because all of a sudden we get the information, but we're not quite sure how to apply everything that's in the information. So we're working on that. And we're thinking that these barriers or the lack of digitalization, well, as we say, we need to add that to all the implementations that we're carrying out. That Doctora Claudia is involved in this. And we're working a lot on regeneration. That's being strongly promoted because we think that's very important. We think it's going to be a turning point so that we can employ more technology-related digitalization for the benefit of the administration of the associations. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Vicente, I want to ask Vicente a question. I just want to remember something positive from what you've just said, because from the ISEX, we try to offer success stories to the other side of the world. So one of the cities you said, a Spanish company, when you talked about a success story in the collaboration of the digitalization in Singapore. So we went to Singapore to explain about the Mexican-Spanish success story, and we explained it in Asia. And when we're talking about economy and its contribution to be able to work with the Multilateral Finance Bank. And recently, funding was approved not just to strengthen the idea for the need for innovation and open innovation for the utilities, the water utilities, but also I think this is going to be one of the questions for Vicente, but also to try and see where are the emerging technologies related to water. We've talked about the operator of the utility company, but water technologies should also be part of the equation. So to a certain extent, they need to set the pace for the future. So Vicente, I've got a twofold question. One, it's great to have you here today to ask about your experience at Global Omnia, which is a true pioneer in Spain when you're talking about digitalization. So how did you face all these challenges? The fight against climate change, digitalization of water, I'm sure it wasn't easy. So please share that information with us. And then the existence of emerging technologies, both in local ecosystems, because I say Valencia is a real reference to follow in Spain. So you've got better innovation and faster innovation in Valencia. Well, Global Omnia's experience started 15 years ago. Well, we didn't even call it in those days digitalization. It was called smart meters. And at the end, well, there were certain successful things. What is important to be very clear where the company is going, because as you say, if you have directors that are changing every year and a half, it's difficult. So Global Union had a digitalization process, but what is very important to self-assess your strategy because their regulation changes. In the water resources, for example. So you have to go from the very difficult things, but on the other hand, you have to maintain a clear strategy of the company. The next difficult thing is not technology today. But in the past, there wasn't so much technology and it wasn't so tested. But today, Global Omnia have tested a lot of the technologies. And as we say, today you can test the technologies. It's not a technology problem. And we've talked about that. I think the main problem that Global Open has, as well as others, it's the change in culture and the maturity of the technology. Why the cultural change? Because all these workers you have, they have to make decisions based on data. But all people have already said, I've always done it like this, so why is the machine going to do all this for me using AI? So during this change of culture, things were very difficult. And there is a world that we call the company's ecosystems, but I call them egosystems. So it was important to change that. And many people think that the information is theirs, and they didn't want to give it and share it with everyone else. So we had to overcome these obstacles, which is very complicated. And we're talking about digital transformation, but it's not the same as doing digital transformation or being mature with regard to digitalization. So if you want to change in culture, but you have to use mature technology too. So how's technology helped us? Well, in Spain, we're different to what was happening in Mexico. I belong to AIS, which is similar. I'm a board member of that in Spain. But I think we do a survey on a national level, which represents 80% of the populations, and there are 400, 300 outlets. Then we have the water treatment plants, and I think the price is 1.29 per cubic meter, which is one of the lowest in Europe, so it's not expensive. The consumption in Spain on a domestic level, people are quite good with managing that. It's 32 liters inhabitant per year. We have an infrastructure renovation plan for sanitation. And so what this does is it shows us how am I going to manage all of this without technology or without innovation. It would be impossible. So when we're talking about technology and innovation, with this deficit in the investment, we have to be able not to, should we say, reduce the performance in our networks. There's lots of different examples. In Valencia, with digitalization, we have been progressing in the entire holistic cycle. We have a digital twin which self-calibrates in real time because if it's static, it's not useful for decision making. The not registered water, which I think in Latin America is a big problem, but in Spain we have 23.6 of non-registered water. So it's true we have around 10% of not registered water because we've invested a lot, but you can realize that you have to continue to invest in infrastructures. And you need to have monitoring systems that are automatic, which allow you in real time using algorithms to make decisions or have 5G, but in some areas you don't have any reception. So when we're talking about the information you have, when you have a meeting that gives you a reading every hour, you can see the difference between the water that was registered and the consumption. You can see if there is a leak in the network, or if it's inside because it's or if it's fraud, or if you've got a valve that's not been properly closed. So all these different things allow you to assess the non-registered water and be efficient with different methods like special systems, traditional systems.
And then this same technology allows us to manage assets because the money is not infinite. So you know when you need to act. You may have an old pipe, but you may need to know where you have to act. So also with the rest of the technology and the network, for example, during the pandemics, the sanitation, which is always the ugly part of the water side, thanks to the innovation of the other part of the technology, during the COVID, we had an early warning system for wastewater, so it anticipated what was going to happen in the population. So the wastewaters can end up being a system where you can see a lot of things, say drugs, all type of things, really. And then with regards to treatment, water treatment, well, we have the biofactories that have already been mentioned. Well, we've done assessments to see how we can add co-substrates at what time and in what amount in the digester so that we can produce more energy, electrical energy, or see how the treatment plant could be more efficient with regards to the peak of energy consumption or energy cost. And also with regards to sustainability, with working on the carbon footprint, we're having a positive effect because we're calculating, for example, this event emits a carbon footprint, like all events, and what we're doing is we're trying to work on the voluntary system market where we'll all have to pay for our CO2 emissions so that we are not that very intensive, and we want to calculate how the areas, the lands around Valencia, which are greenhouse gas fields, if you want. We want to help the farmers there with financial contributions so that they can continue cultivating their crops, because if they don't do that, the greenhouse gas effect will be even worse. So we want to get close to them and try and work with them. But we will have to continue with the self-assessment and work accordingly, because otherwise we'll not get anywhere. Okay, we talked about Mexico, we've talked about Spain, now we're going to talk about Latin America. So Victor, a little bit about the past, present and future, in the sense that, what is the evolution of those emerging technologies for water management in Latin America? What is the impact that they have nowadays after the evolution? And what are the challenges and opportunities that you see towards the future? I like to say that I like to open the questions to the floor. So after Victor's intervention, if anybody from the audience want to participate, please feel free. Otherwise, we will continue with another round, so that you can. I'm telling you so that you can prepare your questions. Thank you, Victor. Well, before we get into Latin America, I'll probably like to add a bit of clarity with regards to digitalization processes, or at least how we see them. There are different phases in the digitalization process, and one of them is the one that's already been mentioned by both of them, But Vicente has mentioned the cultural change. That is absolutely crucial. That is a revolution. It's a total cultural change, moving from a non-digitized company to a digitized company. And it's very important to bear this in mind, because that is the reason of the failure of a lot of the digitalization processes. Now, with regards to infrastructure, what is a digitalization process? Well, when we talk about digitalization is when we have data. If we don't have data, we cannot talk about digitalization. These kind of companies have a set of assets: pumps, tanks, pipes, valves, meters. There you have to start using a parallel infrastructure with sensors, so that you start having data. But those sensors as such don't produce the data. You have to find the communication system so that those sensors communicate to a center where that information can be treated, stored, and also so that certain automation processes can actually be implemented, say opening or switching on and off some of the engines, opening and closing valves, and so on. So once you have all the data at a central level is when you get all these support services for decision-making processes, where AI interacts and different softwares interacts to inform the decision-making processes. That is what digitation is about. It's all of that. It doesn't mean that I'm going to have an AI algorithm that tells me where the next leak is going to be, and I'm going to get there, I'm going to fix it before it occurs. No, prior to that, there are a lot of steps to be taken, and there are a lot of steps to where we can stop. I don't need to get to that final sort of stage of digitalization tomorrow. We can say, well, I may be happy with a digitized service where I have data, I can centralize and automate some actions, and that might be enough for me. May not need to have a simulation digital system. So different sanitation systems may have different strategies, and then obviously according to the technical capacities, the resources, and so on. There are smaller companies, larger companies, and so on. So when we talk about digitalization, we're talking about different things based on where we stand. In Latin America, Patricia has already said it, there are companies that made a lot of progress and have an enormous capacity. We can talk about specific cases in Latin America. We can talk about Sabespi in Sao Paulo. We can talk about RPM in Medellin, with a great deal of digitalization, and some more. I don't really want to not mention what I should mention. Of course, Mexico and a few others. I don't want to leave everyone out, but it would take me too long to mention all the examples. But there are companies that have made progress in the digitalization process, and they're already in stages where they are already introducing software mechanisms and technology that support the decision-making processes. The next thing is to be ahead of that decision-making, and so that they can predict the future, and that is something we can do with the AI technologies. At the same time that we have this environment, there are technologies that allow us or may allow us to have different business models to skip some of those stages, some of those steps. For example, just to mention one, and this is not about a marketing time, but there is a technology called FIDO that helps decision-making processes to repair leakages that has a very interesting business model, because what they do is that they locate the sensors attached to the pipe, they rent those sensors, and they provide the service of leak detection with quite a high level of accuracy. This is a technology that is being financed by Microsoft, some project in Peru. So it's moving forward, and it's skipped some of the steps. And there's another technology called ULO, which is a Dutch technology that it doesn't need all that paraphernalia of great data, great facilities or anything like that. With a very small number of sensors, they can use AI algorithms to detect the areas of leakage. And they can detect it, and they can help you take a decision to act. And this is good in order to make forward in the digitalization process. Every company or each company must decide which is the path that they are going to take with regards to the digitalization, how far they want to get to. And what's more important than anything is whether it's really worthy for some businesses that are now talking about digitalization to go ahead with this big investment to place those smart meters, which is a very big investment, in order to be able to have that large deal of data for the decision-making processes. I think I'll probably leave it here. We only have 10 minutes left, and probably I could say more, but I think we'll probably leave it here. Are there any questions from the floor? Yeah, okay, at least two. Okay, well, maybe you start. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Luis Carmona, Director of the International Department of Information Businesses, called Informa. Thank you very much for your presentation. We're working hard on ESG and sustainability, and we're very interested in it. And particularly, we're focusing on the CO2 emissions of the different companies and how they can compensate that. We're now talking about planting trees and so on, and I quite like that. And it's about, we're working a lot on water efficiency programs. Have you ever thought about using these programs for the CO2 offsetting programs for regenerative, with generative AI? Well, the idea is not to move the soil. It's a little bit complicated, but anyway, it's an idea. I believe that through a lot of water resources, we can make sure that those resources that initially go to wastewaters, that is for them to be used through funding from different companies that want to offset their CO2 emissions. How can they use that offset plan for this type of programs? And then rather than a question, is a reflection. Do we want to talk a bit about that? Well, in our respect, with regards to reusing water, there's an example. Last year we visited the water treatment plant in Pinedo, and for example, what they do use 120 cubic meters, that's what they treat, and about 150 meters go to sustainable agriculture, which is all the rice fields around the Albufera, and that is therefore used for those rice fields. And that water then goes to the Albufera Lagoon, which is a natural park. So we are focusing on reuse. So it's difficult because I come from the treatment plants world in Spain. It's very difficult. We all say that we reuse a lot, but in Spain we perhaps use 9% of the supplied water. It's very little. I come from Levante, which is an area that includes Valencia, Murcia, and so on, and we reuse more than the rest of the Spain, perhaps because we have more needs of water in that area. But it's very difficult because we need to implement a big cultural change with the to the irrigators. For example, 120 cubic meters in Pinedo, I hear that and I just get really bad. I feel really bad because we throw a lot of cubic hectometers of water into the seas. That's true. So we need to change the culture. And the administrations also try to change that mentality. But sometimes it's got to do with pricing. Because at the end of the day, it's who's going to pay from that that concept of bringing, or that process of bringing the water to the to upstream. Sometimes I think it's like the lift in a building. You know, I live on the fourth floor and I pay the same for the lift than anyone living on the first floor. Well, I think we have to be more generous and share those costs, because otherwise we're never going to get it. We're never going to make it. So, you know, yeah, you talk about greenwashing, planting trees and all that kind of thing. We're supporting everything that's got to do with sustainable agriculture around the cities that are having more and more struggles, because the problem is that these fields are becoming desertic. And so we must also be aware that apart from reusing the water, which is something fundamental, what we're currently doing with the agricultures, with the farmers, even though they emit CO2, they can also capture CO2, and in order to support them, we have to help them financially so that they can also be sustainable. And then we also have to talk about the sludges. This has been mentioned already. At the end of the day, in Spain, for example, where we have a lot of sun, there is a lot of reuse of sludges from the treatment plants in the fields. In the Valencia community, I think we manage about 380,000 tons of humid material. And I think 85% of that reuse is in farming. But this is going to end, and this is very important. But this is very important for the farmers, because they need that organic substance, because otherwise they start implementing bad practices and the municipalities start closing down, and we have to go farther and farther. So we need to help them with the water, but we also have to help them with the organic substances. Maybe the next question. Thank you. My name is José Luis Inglese, president of ICES, and I was president of ISA, the water company in the metropolitan area of Buenos Aires. We engineers have a mistake, is that we fall in love with the projects. You've all talked about digitalization, but I see a lot of digitalization within the companies. Now, what happens with all the projects and all the experiences of digitalization outside of the company? That means in the relationship with the client, and the relationship with the infrastructure, and the rupture, not from the point of view of water saving, but from the pain for the client, you know, the demands. What are the specific experiences that you may have? And something else that I tried to start was the interrelationship of data between the different public services companies, water, energy, gas, etc., etc. What experiences can you share with us from the water in Valencia or Mexico? If I may, José María? Okay. Well, I think it's a very important point, José Luis. Just a few months ago in a body, they used the satellite image to detect leakages. Okay, so we're really happy. We detected the leakage, but we didn't know how to repair them. We didn't have the team or the equipment to repair this. So yes, digitalization must be a comprehensive strategy. You know, how is the information going to be used? How are those data going to be monitored and follow up? How are you going to provide a service to the user? Everybody now has an app to pay the water, service. Everybody include the reports there, the leakages and everything. But I think this is a cultural issue and must be done gradually. The operational body is going to integrate the digitalization processes, but at the same time, we need to socialize with our users and we need to share this digitalization process. We need to share with them how we're doing. And also, we have to get ready ourselves for everything that is related to digitalization. It's not just about implementing a program or about having a digital twin. No, it's like, what are we going to do with all that information? This is something that you said. With the relation to the correlation of data, I think what you say is very important, the cross-sectional approach. All these actions must be cross-sectional. In Mexico, we implemented a MX 179 measure to extract volumes. This information is now in the hands of the National Water Commission, so that the concession that they have, that they're using, must respect and comply, and they can also use this to generate this modulation of pressures, what they save, what they don't, and so on. So I think we're at the beginning with this first attempt with information between municipal governments, state governments, and also the Water National Commission. The idea is to be able to share this data. And we even include here the Treasury here, Public Credit Office, because they're the ones of collecting the money and the ones in charge of sending the reminders to comply with the regulation. So I think this is a reflection that we must carry out. It's not just about implementing digitalization. It's more about knowing what surrounds this digitalization and how we must get ready to be able to act with all the data that we're going to have available. And also the assessment, you mentioned that, and I think it's incredibly important. We have to continuously self-assess what we do, and we have to self-assess all these changes of a strategy. We must also be aware that with digitalization, what we may have planned may end up not being necessary, and we may end up having to change the roadmap. So yes, I think we need to eventually migrate and be open-minded. And as engineers, we have to be open to changes in the ABC. We may end up from going from A directly to E. So yes, your question is absolutely timely. Well, Agua de Valencia, there's no communication between energy and gas as such, and we have an efficient management when we analyze the energy consumption. But electric energy consumption, but also the use of water through the upgrading. We can include gas into the network. So this is coming, but so far we don't have it. Now, with regards to the citizens' digitalization, well, more or less, I have an example that just came to my head. When we meter on a daily basis, so I know what happens on your home. So if you have left an open tap, I warn you, and they kind of go crazy. They go, really? How do you know this if you're not in my home? Well, I can see your pattern and I warn you. So the good thing about this is not that you warn that citizen, but if I read this every 3 months, I would have an invoice of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 euros, and that'll be a mess. So in this way, the user is really happy with it, with the warning. And also locally with social services, you can work on old people. So social services can say, well, I'd like you to keep an eye on these 10, 15 people from this municipality because they live on their own. So that way you can check whether that person has consumed water or they're consuming too much water, because both things may be anomalies. And we've seen all types of cases, unpleasant and pleasant cases. So at the given time, you may be really quick. There are people who may get visits every week or whenever. So you warn them, and social services go there and they realize that a tap has been left open and the bathtub or whatever, or even worse things, right? But there's a warning here. Now, with regards to leakages, since we monitor in real time, when there's a rupture, I know exactly what streets are going to be affected. So if I have a very good database, which is very difficult, but if I have good email addresses here, I can send you an email and say, look, you have no water because there is a breakdown problem here. And so we'll repair it as soon as possible. At the same time, if you're renting your house, I can tell you how much water has been used by your tenants. You say, well, this has been rented for 30 and also you avoid kind of like lies. You can say, we not only rented my flat for 30 days, but no, I can see here that there's been a consumption for 2 months. Well, I like to allow you to participate as well. Well, I don't really have anything to add. The two experiences that they mentioned are wonderful, and they go in line with what I was going to say. It is a matter of priority. So the need of investment in Latin America now may change because they have other priorities. But this will come because it's been demanded by the clients. The service that Vicente just mentioned is already being demanded in Latin America. We've already worked with some more advanced companies in Latin America, particularly in Brazil, who already have a customer service department who's talking to them about these kind of things. So it is coming. This is a matter of priorities, first things first and everything, but then we'll have to move on according to the needs and the priorities also stated by the clients. Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you very much for the questions. I think we've seen 0 on the clock just a few minutes ago. I think the next ones are already ready. I'd like to first thank all the members of this panel and thank you all. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much.
Pues
José María, Patricia Hernández, Vicente Perfecto, and Victor Alvarez, thank you very much for your experience, for illustrating us on digitalization and innovation, who are moderating the future of water management. After a day full of debates, which have been very enriching, we're at the very last part of this 10th edition of Water Dialogues. We've explored this morning clear solutions to face water challenges for Spain, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and we've confirmed our commitment with water resilience in our cities. To officially close or end this event, I have the honor of calling up Alicia Varela, who's a Director General of International Trade and Investment in Spain. Ms. Varela, would you like to come up, please?
Vicepresidente de la CAF, señora Sinelli.
President of CAF, dear colleagues who are here today, for me it's a true honor to close the 10th edition of the Water Dialogues as a representative of the Ministry of the Economy, the Secretary of State of Commerce, and I'm here to have the honor and to face the challenge of saying the last few words. And I will try to do a very quick wrap-up about what you've been talking about today. And I would like to add certain aspects that I think we could collaborate with in this industry due to EU programs and Spanish programs. To talk to this very expert group here in water, not as a water expert, but I'm fully aware that you're dealing with a sector that affects us all, and we all really would like us to be as successful as possible to provide solutions for the better use and better reuse of water. The 10th edition of the Water Dialogues. Today we've talked about the problems related to the challenges of water resilience and urban issues in Latin America and the Caribbean. All the debates today have chosen 3 pillars of action: the circular economy to promote sustainability in cities, the search for solutions that are nature-based solutions for greener communities, and innovation automation, which has been our last session. And in the water services, we are including this automation innovation. And as we all know, that in Latin America and the Caribbean, they have 81% of the population live in urban areas. And to provide water in this context has big challenges, especially due to the growth of the urban areas recently, because this has accelerated considerably. So with all these challenges, which are very well known, some have been mentioned here today, I still think it's worth mentioning the access to drinking water, contamination of water sources, treatment of water, wastewater, and drainage and irrigation, which become more problematic with climate change events. Well, as we all know, the climate crisis is a water crisis. And it's also affecting Latin America because it's an area where they have a lot of water resources. But obviously, they also have their imbalances in terms of, the seasonality and the geographical extension. So these imbalances take place in the important urban areas worldwide. So this meeting today is a call for precaution and to anticipate what could happen to invest correctly in water resources, especially in urban areas, because the impact of climate change intensifies problems like droughts and floods. There's lots of different conclusions that we have heard today, and I would like to highlight, on the one hand, the effort to be holistic, to talk a lot about systems and of the river basins, and also the many different resources that should be prioritized and they should be made compatible with other things. So we don't have to just have a sustainable water management, we also need to carry out projects that cover the adaptation to climate change. On the other hand, the construction improvement of supply systems for water and sanitation in the countries in the region is not sufficient, because this has to go hand in hand with catchment initiatives like to promote innovative technologies for water management, for monitoring and controlling water. Also, as we said, we've talked about sensorization and automation system. These are essential to manage these necessary improvements. And these solutions offer clear results when we're talking about water losses and leakages, as we have just heard about in the previous panel. So we've talked about all these things, and lots of other things have been mentioned today, and we've said how important the water dialogue is important as a platform for information and exchanging information to try and favour the necessary transformations in this sector. The Spanish government and CAF have developed projects together, and I'd like to make a special mention to the signing a year ago for an agreement between CAF and the Spanish Official Credit Institute for $300 million, to promote projects for sustainable development and digital development in Latin America and the Caribbean. From the very beginning, the ICO has offered 9 lines of credit for CAF for $300 million, as I've said, and since 2021 and 2022, we've paid out about $200 million, which are designated to support water projects and sanitation projects. In addition, Spain cooperates with other financing institutions internationally that operate in the region, especially in the water sector. So therefore, the Spanish Cooperation Fund for Water and Sanitation in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is part of the International Development Bank, to try and improve this industry by providing finance for peri-urban areas and rural areas where the population have less resources and less possibilities to improve the water and sanitation. So we have institutional support to increase sustainability of the services, as well as to promote the holistic management of water resources. And this is seen in the river basins with the objective to guarantee a use and management of water that preserves the environment, taking into account the full water cycle and the adaptation to climate change. So now I would like to just make a quick reference to the European framework and to specifically to the global strategy, which represents a qualitative change for the foreign activities of the EU that Spain shares and supports from the very beginning. This is an initiative that in some aspects of it still have to be defined, but for practical reasons, at the European Union and Latin American and Caribbean Summit that was held in Brussels in July 2023, they established an investment agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean with 130 initiatives which will be financed with what is called Team Europe, i.e., so it's financed from the European Commission, from the member states, and also from the private sector within the European Union, as well as financial institutions that are international. So this is to ensure that these strategies, because they're not investment projects per se, because sometimes they are managed projects. So we are promoting the digital transformation, the green economy, and the transition to the green economy in the urban and social development. So therefore, the water sector is highly present in this agenda for investment. So in the projects that are worth highlighting in the agenda, I can at the moment mention, for example, the holistic water project in Bolivia, which is for rural areas and for urban areas, and that will offer benefits to over 1 million households. And it has a loan from Spain through Comprode for 30 million euros. And we have to add that to other European funds for 18 million euros. The agenda also includes other projects such as initiatives which are focused on the water sector in Colombia as part of a bigger program that is focused on the sustainability for cities. Ecuador, there are also 3 programs which are focused on the municipalities of Quito, Guayaquil, and Puerto Viejo, which have a financial commitment from Spain of 92 million euros. Also, there are projects as part of the Global Gateway Investment Project for water in Peru, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Barbados, and Guyana. So this long list of projects indicates that water is a priority and it's a central part of the strategy. And all the interventions within the Global Gateway framework go through technical assistance to transpose better practices or exchange of experiences between one country and another, and also funding to develop the projects themselves, and also the viability studies too. As part of that, we can mention, but we can say we also have bilateral agreements for financial agreements, which are offered by the Secretary of State of Commerce, which is what I'm representing here today. And that is part of what is the climate financing that Spain has committed to. Specifically, if you can remember, in the Glasgow COP meeting, there was a commitment by the developed countries to spend in sectors like water around $100 million per year. Of that amount, Spain has committed itself to finance to 1,350 million euros per year in projects that are sustainable projects, including, of course, water, the water sector. We contribute, I say our financial instruments contribute for the development of projects in Latin America. Well, we could say that almost all of them are focused on sustainable sectors, which is energy, or in this particular case, in the water sector. As part of these instruments, I would like to point out specifically the Fund for the Internationalization of Companies, which is a financing which is direct and per go from government to develop a project in the water sector, or it can be given to the private sector from a private operator, which has a private guarantee, or also with the project guarantee itself. For example, we are financing the desalinating plant, the largest one, to be built in Morocco with a contribution of a loan for 250 million. And then there will be other instruments from the Secretary of State plus private financing. And this is a guarantee for the project itself, so it doesn't increase the debt levels of the country. And also it's a project that's over €1 billion. And with this financing, we called the Fund for the Internationalization of Companies. We give loans, but also we give non-repayable finance. Well, but I offered an example, which are for viability studies in the water sector, for the waste sector and environmental sectors. And that's followed with financing of the projects itself. We also have at CESTE, which is a company that funds exports here in Spain through the different policies they manage, which are backed by the state. We manage to mobilize private finance for these type of projects. Especially, I'd like to highlight a product which is the Green Investment Fund. And so the projects in the water sector, to a great extent, are considered to be projects that are done as concessions or as project finance. So, as I say, the project itself guarantees the funds. And the green policies from CESTE allow us to finance the subsidiary companies of the Spanish companies which are set up in different countries, especially Latin America. We also have the fund for investments in abroad and the funds for SMEs abroad, which are managed by other instruments of the Secretary of State, which is COFIDES, and through capital or debt instruments, they finance projects in the water sector. Well, I don't want to go into more detail with regard to that, but I would just like you to know that there are companies here in the public. Just remember that for operators or utilities in the water sector who want to carry out specific projects in the water industry, there could be financing that you could be interested in provided by the Secretary of State and Commerce. So 70% of the funds that Spain considers to be climate finance in 2023, 70% correspond to these financial instruments. So they're quite effective and quite agile. And well, I just want to thank again to CAF, to the directors, the representatives, and also all those who have participated in the different panels, either as a moderator or as a panel member throughout the day. And basically, I just want to highlight Spain's intention to join, together with CAF, any contribution that is considered to be a solution to have better water management. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Alicia Varela. Now I would like to ask Christian Asene, the Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming from CAF, from the Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, so that he offers us a few closing words.
Bueno.
Hello, how are you? Good afternoon here in Spain. Good afternoon in Spain. Good morning in some countries of the region still who are listening to us through streaming. I have a very difficult task now for several reasons. First of all, I'm the last one, and I guess that many of you are looking forward to leaving. Secondly, because the truth is that all the discussion panels that we have enjoyed throughout the session have been excellent. And they've given us a lot of information, and a lot has been said about a very important topic as the water. And thirdly, because it is the 10th edition of Water Dialogues, and everyone tends to think about anniversaries, and we thought about this 10th edition as an anniversary. So two things come to my mind. First of all, the tango Volver by Alfredo Lepera, who has been immortalized by Carlos Gardel, who says that 20 years is nothing. Well, here we could say 10 years is nothing. Although I may disagree with Gardel and Lepera, because the truth is that 10 years on this topic represent an enormous amount of work. We say 10 years, but what we're saying is that behind all this, there was a lot of work, a lot of people strongly committed, ideas, logistics, and the commitment of the government of Spain, which has become crucial for us to be able to continue working on this year after year. And also over 200 stands throughout these 10 years that have contributed to this so important space, which is already a yearly date, isn't it? Always in Spain here in October. And my second reflection is linked to, well, the fact that there are a lot of people watching this through streaming, but Julian Suarez may remember that on October the 6th, 2021, when we were celebrating the 7th edition of these Water Dialogues, we were quite on our own, right? We were in a room upstairs. It was a very beautiful room, of course, just like all the rooms in CAF and Ibero-America, but we were pretty alone. We didn't even need to touch each other. We were all wearing a mask, and then there was a streaming as well. So in these 10 years, this is to say that during these 10 years, nothing has stopped from the CAF side in order to continue with these dialogues and this topic. This topic is absolutely crucial for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is also crucial for the development in the world. And that is why it is very important, as the General Director of International Commerce and Investments of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Business, Alicia Varela, was saying. Thank you very much for your engagement. I'd also like to thank the government of Spain. Hugo Maran was this morning in Escarpio, opened these sessions together with the President of CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granado, León de la Torre, Luc Fauchon. I'd like to thank the team led by Ángel Cárdenas as the Manager of Urban Development, Water and Creative Economy. On their behalf, thank you to all those who made this edition possible. I actually got a WhatsApp from Maria Laure so that I didn't forget to mention all those who actually somehow launched these sessions. I don't want to forget, obviously, the Angel's team, Angel, Franz, Antonio, Carlota was also around, Emil, Nico, etc. She also asked, and I shouldn't forget, Victor Arroyo, who is also here. He was in CAF and then he abandoned us. I'm sure he's having a better time. But he was one of the founders of this idea, this initiative. Conchita Marcuello, Dolores Pascual, from the Ministry for Ecological Transition, the Directorate of Water. Obviously, Alejandro Maceira, thank you very much for helping us to organize this session. David Escolar from IAGUA. And did I do well, Maria? Have I done well? Great. Thank you also to all the teams, Nacho Bordasolo as the manager of the office here in Spain, Maria, Jimena, Carla, Africa. Just basically everyone who's made this possible. Also the communication teams in CAF. This is being broadcasted. This involves an enormous work and teamwork. And thank you to all of those who've taken part, mayors, governors, different multilateral bodies. And thank you, all of you, especially for staying up to the end. Thank you very much, and big round of applause to you all for staying until the end. And the truth is that when we use the word dialogues, it has a meaning for us. because during these 10 years we've talked about many things. We're also analyzing this with the team. We talked about challenges for water infrastructure, challenges for water security, the need to generate compacts and political agreements around water, innovation for management, resilience of the effects of climate change, the value of water during COVID, the management of aquifers governance, the role of circular economies, funding for the reduction of gaps. The truth is that we've talked about a lot of important topics. And we in CAF, as I'd like to say, you might have heard us say, must have heard it from the president in many occasions and everyone else from the team, because he's already part of us. This idea that Latin America and the Caribbean is a region for the solution to global problems. You can see very beautiful images behind me. Biodiversity, over 50% of the biodiversity of our region. Over 70% of birds, animals, mammals are in 6 of our countries. The clean energy matrix that we have, and at the same time the possibility of carrying out a just energy transition. It was already mentioned before, one of the key food exporters worldwide. We can feed millions and millions of people. We can continue with a lot of topics. We talked about the fact that we have 30% of the global reserves of clean water, and that is a challenge. Fresh water. We don't have an enormous amount of water. We have a distribution problem, as we saw during the panels, and that distribution, that allocation generates injustice, and that injustice must mobilize us all so that we can try and generate the necessary changes so that those who have less, those who have more needs, those who suffer most from the lack of water can access water. And we see that every day there are more and more extreme events, weather events, sometimes in our own countries. It always happens with the humanitarian aid systems that we have. One same country may asking us for help because of a drought event, and 15 days later is asking for aid because of a flooding situation. So is it urgent to prioritize the infrastructure works related to this? This is a joint effort between governments and development bodies, but also is a matter of political will. Like Mayor Luján said before, it is about getting together several stakeholders from the civil society, the governments, civil society, international organization, towards projects that sometimes are very difficult to carry out because there is lack of money. But when the projects exist, when the will exists, things can be done. And I think the case of Luján is a clear example. I think last year it was Angel who said Montevideo had the worst drought in 80 years, and that influenced the amount and the quality of water that they could drink. They could take. The president of CAF mentioned the drop of water in the Panama Channel, and that also generated economic impact. On the first half of the year, we saw the terrible floods that happened in Brazil, which led to a lot of international bodies to mobilize, but the problems created, the material and physical losses have been terrible. That is why in this 10th session, we wanted to talk about water resilience, because it is clear that we must look for ways that cities where everything happens the idea is for those cities to have access to funding, for those cities to be able to organize themselves, to have the projects and so on. We know that most people concentrate in the cities. This has already been mentioned here. Angel said it during his presentation. 80% of the GDP, the internal GDP of the countries, is in the cities. We have a growing demand of housing, basic infrastructures, and so on, and we must work in order to close all the existing gaps in the cities, in the region, and in the world. So we have to analyze the problems, look for spaces for dialogue, to share ideas, and I think the water dialogues have proven that they are a fundamental space for all that. And we don't only have this idea of generating dialogues, we make the most of this week in order to meet one of the roles that we have as a development bank. As a development bank, we also have to generate this integration between Ibero-America, Spain, Portugal, and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we had the opportunity 2 days ago to get together with a set of mayors and mayoresses of different countries of the region to hold a work session in Port, in Lisbon, in Cascais, to not just generate an exchange of information, but also to exchange good practices from both sides. And that is actually what happened in these meetings. We could see firsthand how different issues are handled and managed in different regions related to mitigation, the increase of urban resilience, and so on. Those are some of the photos of some of the representatives that worked on this. We know that, as we say in our water team, we say that every drop of water counts. We always talk about the drop of sand or the grain of sand. Well, in the water team, they actually came up with this idea that every drop of water counts, and that is so. Every drop of water has an invaluable price, and we must work on collaboration. We must work on this topic in order to make sure cities are resilient spaces, resilient to climate change. The idea is also to be able to continuously generate, as I was saying before, funding, access to funding, so that we can carry out these works. We also have to analyze the risks. It's clearly one of the topics that is starting to be studied in all the multilaterals and all the municipalities and all the countries, etc., etc. Also, the discharges, this ends up in the rivers, the spillage, basically. It's, if we're not careful, if we don't take the right decisions at the right time, and even if they're long-term decisions, we're going to damage our rivers. So all the cities that have been with us these days help us work. And once again, and thank you, Leo, for the example, the video that you shared with us, the example of Luján, showed us how not only we work to reaccommodate the water problem of a river, but the idea here is also to have a holistic approach of the urban planning. That way we solve a problem of the past, but looking towards the future, looking at the citizens in Luján and the over 7 million people that go to that city every year, who will easily multiply once you have all this infrastructure to be able to enjoy public spaces. We have many more examples, and Jael mentioned them during his presentation, but these projects clearly help us to being able to take qualitative steps, and so that we can strengthen the partnerships with Spain, but also with other different private companies. The idea is to try and take Latin America and the Caribbean to a position by which they can use their voice and become transcendent. Often we've said here in CAF that we have two speeds when we work. We can go fast and we can go very fast. Fast and very fast, am I right? And so when we go very fast, I think we need to go even faster when it comes to all these issues related to climate change. If we're not the generation that implements the change in the way we consume and the way we use our energy and the way we use our resources, we are probably going to leave to our children and grandchildren a society that is going to be a lot worse. And that is why we're working on different international scenarios. Not that long ago, or next week, the CAF executive president will go to the COP to the COP meeting. We're working on G20. We're working on the COP in Belém in Brazil next year. So the eyes of the world are this year on our region. Next year, the same thing will happen because of the environmental issues, and we cannot but continue working so that we can always raise the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean. A Laudato Si encyclical letter from the Pope says the water is a question of first importance because it is indispensable for human life and for the land and water ecosystems. Without water, there's no life, and without water, there's no future. Only a few weeks ago in New York, as you know, within the framework of the United Nations, almost all the countries of the world approved the future compact to work on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Lula, the president at the time, shared an interesting approach, saying that the Sustainable Development Goals had somehow been the largest diplomatic success of the era. But if we not double the efforts in order to reach 2030 and meet those goals that we had set out, that success could be transformed into one of our biggest failures. Therefore, the G20 this year, the COP16 in Colombia, the COP next year in Belém, all those are spaces that we must use as individuals that have this awareness, that have this vocation to work for the public interest. You know that in the CAF, we're going to continue working on these development issues with all the teams. This is what makes us get up every morning, the 365 days of the year. Absolutely convinced of the message from Pope Francisco that we are all on the same boat together. This is our only home, this is a common home, and we must work for a region that becomes more just, more egalitarian, and more sustainable. I am sure that these dialogues, I'm sure that these 10 years, which have been a success, and perhaps now back to the initial sentence of the 10 years, I hope that in the next 10 years, whoever is here from CAF by 2034, that will be, can say that 10 years of work on this is nothing. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Cristian Asinelli.
Thank you very much to CAF and the Development Bank of Latin America. I'd like to thank you all who have been here following us live and all those who've been watching the streaming on this 10th version of the Water Dialogues for Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to thank the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge and the Casa de America and everyone else for all their support. And if you have lost any moment of this event, or if you would like to revisit this event on the CAF webpage, you will be able to watch it on the CAF YouTube. Before we bring this to an end, we were very pleased to like you to enjoy a coffee in the fantastic terrace upstairs at the Casa de America, which has been excellent moments to share ideas and experience in a very comfortable and relaxed environment. So thank you all very much, and we hope to see you at the next version of the Water Dialogues. Thank you very much.